Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Tuesday, March the 14th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me and see my screen. Hopefully, you don't, oops, there we go. Sorry about that. I forgot to put my mic on. So, welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Tuesday, March the 14th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Great. A couple of yeses. Thank you, guys. So pretty boring morning, right, guys? Wow, look at all these. Okay, again, banks. We had CPI numbers come in. It came in at 8:30. Lot of interesting action. We've got topping tails and bottoming tails. On a personal note, I actually did take that pack W just over 14, and then I probably wouldn't have taken it, or I would have got rid of it before the numbers came out. But I got a little bit lucky. Where's that 15? There we go. I got a little bit lucky. This was at 8:30. I'm sorry. This was at time did they come out? 8:30. And it popped up, got over 15. And I basically, as it came back down through 15, I got out. But um, could be interesting if it can take out Friday's high, which is 1792 at some point. And we've got the bigger banks like the Schwab's, Bank of America, Bank of America. Look at this one. It is popping over 30 now. Huge float. That's a big move for 6% pop with almost 8 billion in the float. That is a massive move. Schwab has been moving, SHW. So it's not just these little regionals. Schwab has been moving. Come on, type it in right. Schwab has been moving over yesterday's high. Look at Bank of America. I mean, this is a big move for Bank of America, guys. Took out 30. BAC took out 30, and on the run here with that float. So there is other stuff. There is other stuff happening. Yeah, somebody mentioned the reason why. So Uber, Lyft, and Dash. So I guess I know a while back they were really fighting to have the people who work for those companies designated, I guess, as contractors as opposed to employees, and so that has been rolled back again. So now I guess California has said, yeah, we'll allow you to call them independent contractors, which of course, I guess that means they don't have to pay healthcare and all that sort of stuff. But anyway, that has helped DoorDash, Uber, and Lyft this morning. And crypto, I mean, we've got a bunch of things going on. Crypto's on the run here, of course. We've got Mara and Riot, a little Canadian company, HUT. Anything involved with crypto right now is on the run. I guess what is Bitcoin over 25,000 now? You know, Wall might be FRC was. I mean, and I'm sure William is just having a great time because I know I think he took FRC, might have even taken Wall. I know he took. I think he took PAC-W also. He was taking a bunch of those as swings. Um, Wall looks interesting because if you look at what it's done, it has not pulled back much at all. Okay. And when you look at FRC got up to, I think, 52 or 53. Yeah, even higher, got up to 55, and it's pulled back a lot. That's a $7 pullback. Wall has not pulled back yet. So I'd be keeping an eye on Wall. I mean, look at this. It's and obviously above yesterday's high. By the way, I created, no, it's really simple. This is probably most of the names that we've been following over the last 3 or 4 days are in here. And what I've done is I've sorted where they are in the position of yesterday's high. So when you see BCS and PACW and all that, you can see it's totally green right over here. That means they're above yesterday's high. And when you scroll down a little bit, take a look at like a Zion, Zion, almost there. See, there's yesterday's high is what, 37.25. So it's at 37. So, argument to be made that if these things break through yesterday's high, they could have a bit of a continuation. So if you want this one, I can give it to you. I'll just pop it into you can kind of follow along. There's Key. Yeah, Key. Actually, I was watching Key a little bit earlier. Key was lagging the other ones. And now it is above yesterday's high. TFC is another one that Truist. TFC is another one. I think it is, yeah, just a little bit above yesterday's high now. But there is other stuff happening. So let me take a look at some of the other ones that are non-bank or crypto related. AIMD, AIMD, AIMD. Okay, this is big pop, 83%, low float, 4.3 million, surges on 80% on research pack with murdery, murdery. I don't know if they're a public company. Anyway, so they had a press release this morning, AIMD. OKYO has gapped way down. OKYO has gapped way down on a financing. I actually thought as down as I thought. I think I saw it when it was down here, 140. So it's popped a little bit, but they're doing a financing. OKYO. I can hardly get too interested in these things with all the other stuff that's happening, but just in case. MNTV had a nice pop after hours yesterday. MNTV, MNTV. Yeah, you can see this big pop after hours yesterday. Trading higher after the company. It's an acquisition. Okay, so forget about it. Forget about it. It's going to be an acquisition. Is Marx a SPAC? Well, if it is, we would see trading in the pre-market. Doesn't look like a SPAC. Usually the SPACs are trading in the pre-market. Nothing on it. Here's another one, guys. Big gap down for this one. This could be, again, if we weren't so tied up with all the banking stuff, I'd be really looking at this one. GTLB is an earnings play, I believe. Yeah, this is an earnings play. And look at this. It's got absolutely killed, 32% down. That is GTLB, and it's an all-time low. This is an all-time low for GTLB. Wall making a new high, pre-market high. Key making a new pre-market high. And United has guided poorly. They don't release earnings until in April, I believe. Yeah, April. But they're sort of prepping the market, but it's trying to rally a little bit here. Because our Q1 forecast was off. The United CEO says our Q1 forecast was off, but the outlook is strong. Feel confident about Q2. Okay. Take a look at Jets. Jets, 3-day decline for Jets, the ETF for the airline industry. Look at Zion on the move. Zion, 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 almost at yesterday's high, or in fact, is it 37.25? Not quite. Yesterday's high was 37.25. This is a low float bank, MCB. MCB is a low float bank, up 28%, 9.7 million in the float. Is above yesterday's high. Next high, 48. You see so many, of course, the banks that look like this. And AMLX, I think this is an earnings play. AMLX, AMLX is an earnings play. Big gap up here on earnings. And also, I think Goldman Sachs, yeah, Goldman Sachs has up their forecast, their price target. I think they had it at 42. Now they put a $47 price target on AMLX. But so many banks, guys, there's Barclays and NYCB, and there's so many banks are just hitting my gap ups and probably at the top here. William may never come back to work. So Pac W, which I'm no longer in, is challenging 15 again. Now we can take our sights on the high of 2 days ago on Thursday. Float for Western Alliance, WAL, 101 million in the float. And the next high looking left is 56 or so. 56 approximately. And then the FRC. So I think the FRC has fewer shares. I may be wrong, but let's just take a look. So Wall has 101 million. FRC has, oh, I'm wrong, 181 million. So, the change is that Wall moves more now than FRC is probably better, just because of the float. Well, let's take a look at what the analysts are talking about this morning in terms of upgrades and downgrades. Not in yet. Okay, I'm going to have to wait for it to hit my email. So before I do that, let's take a look at the sectors. Boy, that wall looks really tempting. WAL. So let's take a look at the sectors. I'm going to click on New and then Doc Channel Bar, and then I'm going to click on Show More. And let's take a look at the major sectors. And financial sector, of course, will be, I'll take a look at that. But right now, so what you're seeing here, so we're in for a big, huge positive open. Helped obviously by the CPI numbers at 9 o'clock, at 8:30. Didn't even see what they were. I don't really care what they were. All I know is here's the market reaction. So market is getting what they wanted, I guess. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So if I look at XLE, this is a major ETF for energy, XLE. So when you see 85% in green, that means that 85% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. Okay. So you can see that there is no weak sector as we speak. Wall guys, boy, yeah, 39 now. Wall is 39. Zion 37. Act W close to 15. If FRC maybe takes out 50 again, it might get it rolling again. Key, I mean, they're all these little, obviously, BAC is not a regional bank, of course, but all these regional banks. In fact, before I go any further, let's take a look at KRE and just see exactly what it's doing. Regional bank ETF. And you can see, look at this move. So if you don't want to try to figure out an individual bank, here you go. Here's KRE. The wall is on the move, guys. Wall on the move. As I say, FRC is lagging right now a little bit compared to Wall, WAL. All right, now let's take a look at the sectors in relation to their 200-day moving average, XLE. And now most of them are now below the 200-day moving average. So if you can see my daily chart, that green line is the 200-day moving average. So you can see that XLE a couple of days ago broke down through it after being above it for so many months. WAL guys, retail, XRT, this will be below also. And healthcare was one of the big ones that broke down like a couple of weeks ago, I think. Actually, 3 weeks ago through the 200-day, and it's really has not recovered. We'll have to see what happens today. Now, consumer staples has been underneath for a while. XLP. Now, industrials has been well, even industrials. I mentioned this yesterday. It is starting to creep down towards it, but it is at least above the 200-day moving average. Look at financials, XLF. We'll see what happens today. We're going to have a pretty robust day. So, but look at this. I mean, this was on Thursday when that news about SIVB hit. Of course, through the 200-day, Friday, and yesterday's action. However, look at this. It's probably hard to see, but depending, if we have a huge rally in financials, we could get close to that 200-day again. Consumer discretionary, this will be definitely below the 200-day. Utilities will be below also. Materials is getting closer, if not at it or below it. Yeah, look at that. So, yeah, so it is just hovering around, but it is below. You can see the pattern, guys. There's really not, and here's communications. LC, and this is below also. And surprisingly, technology, at least yesterday, before I don't know what yesterday's candle did to it, but it's okay. Yeah, I mean it is above. So one, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, nine of the major sectors are below the 200-day moving average. And why do I talk about it? Well, in a nutshell, simplistically, above 200-day, good. Below 200-day, bad. And that refers to sectors, stocks, call it strong or weak. Okay. Here's this low float bank moving higher here. MCV is really low float, 9.7 million in the float. That's why stock can move so quickly like it is. Next high looking left, well, on the weekly chart, that's 56, but yeah, $48. Not saying it's getting there, of course. Yeah, so somebody in the YouTube room, I cannot advise free software alert price and stock. No, I'm sorry. I'm not a financial analyst or advisor. Okay. We have ideas during the day, but you have to have your own trading plan. I'm not going to say, yes, you should buy at this price. No. Sorry. On a run also, a little bit here, hood. Next high looking left for hood is 983. Real. I see Mr. Relax is in the room. OVV downgrade. Okay, OVV downgrade. Cut to $53 from 59 by JP Morgan. Okay. All right, guys, let me do a quick look to see if those upgrades and downgrades have hit my email. The answer is yes. A little bit late, but interesting. We have more upgrades and downgrades, so let me get a few of them in. Beginning the banks are upgraded. Yeah, Roku's on the move. Roku has an upgrade. I know Wedbush put, I think, an 80 odd dollar price target on them yesterday. Roku, which definitely was in the news because they had the biggest exposure with that SIVB, with the SVB, but they're in no danger now, I guess, of losing their money. So there's that. Okay, I'll get them both in the main room. I'm just typing them elsewhere right now, the upgrades and downgrades. Too many downgrades, actually. HWC, a couple of downgrades. Take a look at that one. There's that downgrade by JP Morgan for OVV. Okay, those are the upgrades and downgrades. Was the one I was talking about? HWC, a couple of downgrades for HWC. Let's take a look at it to see if there's any action on it right now. HWC. Yeah, there's action, but on the way up. Interesting. Not very much volume, but there are a couple of downgrades. Well, I guess you really have to read these things because price target has been cut to 50 from 60. So it's a downgrade, but it's still above the current price. Now, some of them are lower. I see a 44. Marlo Thomas, good morning. Uh, Interesting name. Or Mario, I'm sorry. Is that a little I over the L or is that an L? I can't quite tell. Is that an I with a dot over it or is that an L? The market is in mini rip mode, guys, so we're in for a nice positive open. You can see what happens, of course, for the rest of the day, but Okay, so now what I'm seeing, I'm starting to see these banks starting to give it up a bit, except for Huntington Bank. HBAN seems to be still on the move here. Way above yesterday's high now. So HBAN really hasn't had a pullback, where I'm seeing some of the other ones, like the PACWs and the Keys and the Walls and the FRC and Zion. I'm looking even Bank of America. And all pullbacks. I haven't seen any pullback yet for HBAN. ENVX. That's my, well, you know what? I can't put myself too much up. I mean, we were so concentrated on all the banks yesterday. This one, I waited on that 1037 break. Excuse me, it happened. And then I just got too wrapped up in the banks. That one I had to do was take out that 1035 area. And the big deal about this one, of course, is when you look left, there's a next high, almost 13. This is not a bank, but in the sector, I guess. Call it in the sector, real estate brokers, RDFN, a little bit of a move here. But yeah, I mean, it's sort of interesting. If it can get through, the next high looking left is 819, and then after that, almost 9. So I guess it has a chance, not a lot of volume yet. Okay, now, time is it right now? 9:27. Yeah, so again, I typically, it'll depend on what I see in the 10-day daily breakdown. I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes and I let things settle down. But if I do see something's in the 10-day daily break, even in the breakout, if it happens to be a bank, I may be tempted. I don't know yet. Certainly the 10-day daily breakdown, I don't think we're seeing very many banks in there today, but especially if it's near an all-time low. But more than likely, I will sit out the first 15. Well, PAC-W is not, I was calling this a bit of a pullback, and not really. PAC-W, PACW. Mm. FRSC is now trying to challenge that 50 again, FRC. All right, everybody, market's going to open in less than a minute. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. Thank you, William. I will get rid of this, get set for this open. This is another one, huge float, 1.3 billion in the float. Another bank, TFC, above yesterday's high. I didn't look at the number, Neil, but the market's reacted well. So that's all I can say. Question about the CPI. Market has obviously reacted very strongly to whatever the number was. Remember, it came out at 8:30. All right, guys, we are now open for business. So let's see what happens. Let's see. We've got a nice big gap in the market, big gap up in the market so far. And we have, so there's Pac W making a high. NTLA is next high looking left for NTLA. It's just hard to concentrate on anything but the banks right now, though, guys. There's Schwab, CG. What's CG? And you've got crypto. You've got a bunch of crypto plays like Hut and Riot and Mara, Coin. There's the WAL, guys. There is the WAL. As I say, it seems just a little stronger than FRC. A little bit stronger than FRC. And there's PACW taking up the high. Well, I don't have it anymore, but it was not a bad trade for me in the pre-market. Don't have it anymore. Look at this thing rip now. Oh, FRC now at 50. And Wall was halted. You're absolutely right. Wall was halted. This is a volatility halt. And PAC-W halted. Volatility halt also. All right, keep an eye on H-band. H-band, a little bit of a pullback from 13 to 30 down to 13. But these, well, first of all, let's take a look at KRE ETF for these regional banks. A little bit of a bottoming tail here, but still super strong. Yeah, UAL, I mean, they mixed sort of mixed messages in the press release. Our Q1 forecast was off, but outlook is strong. So far, the market's only reading that first part of that statement. Again, it says guidance cut doesn't change outlook. This is the CEO talking, of course, trying to put a bit of a more positive spin on it. Mm. Now, high flying China education stock, not so high flying right now, guys. TAL, and coming into the 200-day moving average. It did show up in my 10-day daily breakdown, but look at that 200-day moving average. I would not take it unless it somehow got through that. 200-day moving average is at 570. Stock's at 588 right now. So far, the market's holding its gains from the CPI numbers. Market's up, everything's up, Dow's up, Nas is up, SPY's up, so there's no disconnect. Yeah, I'm looking at Bank of America, BAC, through 30 now on the downside. So we're starting to see some sell-offs. But let's again keep an eye on. If you're into the regional banks, of course, keep an eye on this ETF, KRE. Cipher mining sounds like this should be Bitcoin. Okay, so Cipher mining, guys, CIFR. Actually, it's an earnings play. CIFR, it's an earnings play. Of course, with crypto being hot on the move here, 291 is the next high looking left, and that is CIFR. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers because this has gone parabolic. Okay, let's take a look at these halts right here. Well, wall just resumed. I was going to say, did it break above the halt price? Not yet. So the halt price was at 39.84, basically resumed there. So let's see if it can take that out again and continue. Yeah, so I'm starting to see some weak. Keep an eye on Zion. Zion looks like it's coming into the VWAP. Red ION looks like it's coming right into the VWAP. VWAP is 5209. I'm sorry, it's 3548. So it's through the VWAP actually. So Zion is through the VWAP. But this is everything is early though right now. Hmm. So we're starting to see some selling now on these regionals. CMA got halted on the way down. So okay, so AMLX, it's an earnings play, and Goldman put a $47 price target on them. Target raised from 42, I think. Yeah, 41. So Goldman has put a $47 price target now on AMLX. The CIFR just absolutely exploded. I did not see this in the pre-market. The reason being is that it really didn't trade much. Market had to open for it to really start trading. This is an earnings play, CIFR. It's a Bitcoin play, well, a crypto play. We'll call it just crypto play. Mm, yeah, so be careful on your regional banks right now. They are starting to sell off fairly robustly. The one that, yeah, even yeah, PACW, yeah, it is. Yeah, Mara and Riot are probably going crazy. Take a look at Riot. This is a buyout. MNTV is a buyout, okay? Just so I know it's showing up in the AI, but this is a buyout. All right, CDMO. This is yeah, it's an earnings play actually. Release earnings after hours. Pretty. That's a big gap. That's a big gap. I mean, it was hammered for a few days, but it gapped up through the 200-day moving average. Looks like 17 could be a big block for it. And it is a 20% move. And this is shortable for me. Oh, lots of shares, 1.3 million. 1.3 million at Interactive Brokers. Look at this market, guys. Big push still. So the market's not really caring that much about these regional banks. Another cannabis or crypto play, CAN, another crypto play. So FRC, I believe, is getting into the VWAP, 46.95. So it's just below the VWAP now. It took out the VWAP, FRC. Hmm, you're right. I'm sorry. It was halted. And WAL was halted also. PAC W. Wow. So party might be over for a while, guys, on these bounces. And you can see KRE right here. So now what? Do we start to try to short these? Well, TAL continues down, guys. It's right on the sitting right on the 200-day moving average, TAL. My issue with it is that, well, hey, listen, if it gets through that, got a little bit of room to the 540 level, then down to 5, I guess. AI AMD, this is a big one in the pre-market. I haven't really seen it since. AI AIMD. I had some news. What was the news? I had some kind of a press release after the company announced memorandum of MOU with Murdery. Okay, so there was a press release they had. The low float, 4.3 million in the floats. It is up 79% already. It was up even more when it hit that pre-market high of 169. A lot of volume, 721 times normal up to this time of day. Hmm. Yeah, just keep an eye on You don't even have to look at if you just look at some of these the regional banks like the WALs, the FRC, the Zions, PACW, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, that's the whole story right here when you look at KRE. Okay, guys, ZIM from yesterday. ZIM was an earnings play yesterday. Sold off though. You can see exactly what happened. This was an earnings play yesterday. It got all the way up to 24.39. Sold off though, got all the way back down to 20.74. So, but it's trying to have a bit of a run right now. ZIM. What's the volume like? Yeah, good volume. Good volume. Okay, guys, take a look at EDU. TAL is leading the way, but EDU. China education stock, EDU. Tal led the way at the beginning. Now, what sort of room does EDU have? I look left, 36.67. Oh, man, if it gets through 36.67, it looks like the next low, 34.90. Oh yeah, keep an eye on the 36.63 for EDU. Okay, I'm going to stick an alert right around there, 36.60. The reason being is that then the next low after that is down to 34.90. So there would be some room underneath. And all I'm doing is TAL, which is another one of, the TAL and EDU kind of used to trade kind of in tandem. All right, guys. Well, let's see. Does this have any legs down now? It's got that room now to 34.90. Let's say 35. So it's about a dollar, little over about $1.70 away from that next low looking left for EDU. Spread's 51.59, not terrible. I mean, come on, baby. But you're right. Have to be definitely have to be aware. So yes, I am in this one underneath the 60 level. Back W halted on the way up, maybe? Okay, I'm trying to bank on the fact that TAL is continuing to move down and something going on with China education or maybe all China stocks. I don't know. Let me do a quick look at KWeb to see if this is all China stocks or if this is just hitting these China education stocks. Yeah, it's just the education stocks right now anyway. I mean, there's nothing really. KWeb is actually, I mean, it's only down basically flat. Maybe one more move down for EDU. So I'm seeing some bounces in the regional banks. Interesting. I mean, I did not take the towel because of the 200-day moving average. Okay, but from 585 down to 548, great percentage move, and I'm just kind of crossing my fingers that it can EDU if it can keep moving down also. All right. Come on. Okay, guys, I've taken just. No, I didn't get the fill. Well, I got a great fill. I was looking to take some in the 36, just over 36, but so I'm out a little bit over 36, but now it's breaking down through 36. That's the EDU. This is turning into a beauty for me. I hope some of you heard me anyway. The next low is 34.90. Not saying it's getting there, of course, but it's all about a sympathy play. When you see something else, when you see one of these moving down, usually the other one is following suit. And I'm talking about the TAL and the EDU. And also, this is showing up on the momentum down. Look at this over and over and over again. Hmm. There's any news on these. Look at Tau. Man, goodness. I mean, the only thing that stopped me from taking that immediately was the 200-day moving average. Yeah, I don't see any news on these. Okay, it does say China, but when I looked at KWEB, it's not like KWEB was, excuse me, it's not like KWEB was tanking. Yeah, we're not even in earnings season. Yeah, I saw that. I just saw that, JK. But when I look at KWEB, the ETF for China, I mean it's basically flat. You know what I mean? That's why I looked at this. I looked at that and said, okay, these education stocks seem to be trading a little bit more on their own because I mean the overall China market is basically flat right now. Oh man, is it going to take out 35? So this is one that I'm not sharing, okay? The momentum down. I've explained how to do it, okay? I am sharing the momentum up. This is in my homepage, and I explain how you can have the momentum down just by basically duplicating this and then doing a flip using our flip. I'll go over that a little bit later. It's something I think if you have the software, you should learn how to do. How you can flip a strategy. You have one on the way up, one on the way down, as opposed to having to start one from scratch. All right, guys. So I have taken more. I don't have that much of the EDU left. I'm just wary of that. The next low looking left, which is not that far away. Oh, wow. Unfortunately, I don't have that much left of the EDU, but man, it just blew through that 34.90 like nothing. Well, let's see. The next low looking left after that is 34.10. So I mean, there are a little bit of action, but then there's that 33.52. So maybe 34 blocks it, but I'm sort of stunned that it just tore through 34.90 like nothing. I mean, first it got through the whole number 35 like nothing, and then 34.90. And again, I don't see specific to this because it's not like the overall China market is just tanking like this. But I'll take it. Surprised it did not get halted. What was the other one, guys? It starts with a G. That was another go something. What was the other go to? GOTU. How's GOTU doing? It's another China education stock. Yeah, look at them. I mean, there's something wrong with China education, more so than just the overall China market. Well, I can thank my 10-day daily breakdown for EDU really, because I would not have even looked at it unless I'd had TAL in here, PAL. So I can thank my 10-day daily breakdown because this is basically call it a sympathy play. Now, meanwhile, yeah, GTLB, how's that one doing? That was one that I would have more than GTLB would have been following. It was an all-time low. Oh, okay. So I mentioned this one earlier. Very choppy though. CDMO is an earnings play. CDMO is an earnings play. Pretty choppy. It's actually an AI alert also. So use the AI like a watch list. That's all it is, guys. It's a watch list. So there's CDMO triggered at 1679 right there. You can see it right there. Okay, now I get some of the 10-day daily breakout, which I have not been really looking at. PX, wow, for following these today. PXMD 238, 258 now. EUDA 340, what are you at now? So what did it get to? This hasn't moved yet. So what I would do is put an alert. Yeah, you can see exactly what happened. We had the alert at 340, which was the high of 5 days ago. I would just stick, and that's exactly where it got to. So I would stick an alert just a little bit above it, to say 345, see if it takes it out later. And if it does, you can see the next high is way up here at 5. So could be really interesting if it takes out that high of the day again. And that is EUDA. And again, that is not a recommendation. If you do that and it hits the price alert, I don't doesn't mean you just pile into the trade. But you should. But I certainly want to know about it. Yeah, I mean, this has some room still, but we're in chase mode right now for the PXMD. The next high is 237, so it's above that high. The next high is 290. I mean, it's got room. It does have some room. Actually, I'm wrong. The next high is 260, which I think it got into. Yeah, I got right to 260. Amazing, isn't it? It stalled to the penny. Now, will it keep stalling? Doesn't look like it. And this is an earnings play today. It is an earnings play. I'm sorry, this is not an earnings play. This is an earnings play after hours today. So there's some bets being placed that whatever they're going to say is going to be good, I guess. Meanwhile, CDMO continues to move here on earnings. It's a pretty big move for that float, 61 million in the float. I mean, it's not high, but it's certainly not low. That's a pretty big move. Not very much volume. It'll keep picking up all day, of course, but look at that. But look at the move. I mean, before this, CDMO, look at all the action before today, and everybody knows earnings is that what we're today. But it's not a bank either. I mean, it was just been sold off. The ticker for the low float bank, that was MCB, I believe. MCB. MCB. I think that's right. Let me just do a quick check. Yeah, 9 million in the float. 9 million in the float. Wow, CDMO. I'm not in this one. Wow, what a move. What a move for CDMO. Not in it. Next high is looking left. Is this shortable? It is shortable for me. Lots of shares, 1.3 million at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, I mean, you'd think between here and maybe somewhere around 19, between here and 19 is going to stall. But this is a big earnings play for this one, CDMO. Any other news on it? I don't know who Stevens and Co. are, but they put a $22 price target on them. Hey guys, I'm all out of the EDU, completely out of it now. Wow, look at AMC. I still have this one short from 716 in the simulator. Okay. AMC just absolutely. How's GME doing? Is this finally it, guys? Is this finally it? Look at them both, GME and AMC. Wish they'd just disappear. Mm, yeah, I'm looking at these banks now, guys. I want to say Walmart, WAL. Big breakdown now for WAL. Wow. So this stock right now, GME, is in essence, remember they did a 1-for-4 forward split. They did it at around about 160. This is now equivalent to $64 from 160. All those poor people that got roped in. Boy, WAL, gotta pay real close attention to this one now. So that blue line here, this is Steve's fancy indicator, the 130 period on a 15-minute chart has a correlation to a 5-day. And this is something that Brian Shannon is kind of looks at also. I don't know. So I'm going to ask Steve right now. Well, guys, sorry, I'm just talking internally with Steve here. So the market's still strong. Market is not sold off at all. Every no disconnect. Nas is up, Dow's up, SPY's up, everything's up. So that CPI, the CPI number, though a little choppy when it was released at 8:30, a little bit choppy. See a topping tail and a bottoming tail on the SPY. Never mind this one here. I don't think that's not relevant. That's something crazy at 9:15. I don't believe that was a real, truly a bottoming tail. All right, guys. Wow. So quite a morning so far. What time is it? 10:15. Let's take a look at that GTLB. I would have been all over this one. Complete focus on this one. All-time low. But yeah, so this, I mean, it's remember now when we look at all-time lows and all that, you discount anything that happens after hours or in the pre-market. So it's only market at 9:30 to 4. So this is in essence an all-time low right now for GTLB. Again, discounting what happened in the pre-market and yesterday after the market after hours. But this is an earnings play, GTLB, and obviously, whatever they said, the market did not like it. Weak revenue guidance. Okay, company issued weak revenue guidance. That'll do it. Well, let's take a look at PACW. The best we can say about it right now is still above the VWAP. 1416 is the VWAP, so it's still kind of holding that VWAP. All right, CDMO now. Again, as I said before, this is shortable for me. Lots of shares available, 1.3 million. Has it run out of steam here? 1833 below the whole number. Let's take a look and see what it does at 18. The VWAP is at 1710, so that's far enough away. But it's strong. I mean, it's an earnings play, so it is a strong earnings play. Trying to find a top on any of these things, of course, can be really tough. Yeah, look at Bank of America. I was really getting interested in taking this one when it broke over 30 in the pre-market. It got over 30 in the pre-market. There's 915. It got up to 30.56. I watched it pull back, wondering if it would hold 30, and the answer so far is no. And that is DAC. Well, Jethro, you say you're short CDMO. I wish you well. I'm not. I'm just kind of waiting to see. It is an earnings play, and it's obviously super strong. So, but looking left on the weekly chart, you would think that between here, the current price, and that maybe 1850 mark could really stall it. Look at Zion, guys. Zion is major breakdown now. Zion, Zion, through that 200, through the VWAP, 34.54, through the VWAP. Yeah, so we had the bounces for TAL and EDU, but it's an awesome short for either one if you took either one. Zion, guys, is really starting to give it up. Zion, Zion. And of course, well, the low yesterday was way down here. So if these banks are starting to, and I'm sure KRE, I know Shady was short this KRE. I mean, if these commercial banks are really starting to give it up, what I would do is I would just have this thumbnail chart to keep an eye on what's happening in general to the regional banks. All right, let's take a look at these races now that we're about an hour into the action. Take a look at Ambi. Ambi just underneath 10. Whoa, not just underneath 10 now, and it just got halted. Oh, I see. It got halted. Wow, I didn't see this one at all. I did not see this at all. This got halted at 787, and now it's halted at 1020. Recent, we're going to call it a recent IPO or a SPAC. I don't know if it was at a SPAC or an IPO. Okay, so this was a SPAC. Definitely is a SPAC. I'm just looking here. HPX Special Purpose Acquisition Company to bring MBPAR emergency response public in merger. That was back in July. That was the announcement. And so it was definitely a SPAC. Don't recall it really a few days ago. And that's when it launched as Ambi. It's a volume like out of, now that's interesting. Don't see too many of these out of Brazil. In fact, I cannot recall another one. Or Brazil. Yeah, some good bounces now for that TAL and EDU. Really good bounces. Not in either of them, of course, on the bounce, but okay, guys. So CDMO is just kind of stuck right here, just underneath 18. CDMO just stuck underneath 18. I am eyeballing it for a short also. But this market is super strong, guys, super strong. It must be getting close to the 200-day moving average now for the SPY. Yeah, look at that. We're getting close, 393.12. So, ooh, okay, CDMO pop. So no short yet. And there's the high of the day, 1831. Wow. I mean, this is just ripping now, guys. New high after new high on CDMO. Well, okay. You would think 19 will block it. I mean, I'm just looking here on the weekly chart. Between here and 19, looks like there could be some resistance, but this has just had a fabulous day. Wiped out all that happened last week in one day. And definitely a nice, again, used as a watch list. Great one from the AI right there at 1679. I just missed it. That's usually the type that I like because of the price range. Showing up on the momentum up, showing up only won one race in the, well, it'll probably win this race. Maybe not. This terrible little company, JagX, is going to, depends on what it does. So here again, here it is on that 10-day daily breakout, that's 1750, 10 o'clock. DR stands for don't repeat. This is the first time we had the alert. And then this, right beside it, this will show you every time it made a new high. And I'm sharing these two scans. How is the EUDA doing? Is it getting close? You know what? Don't lose sight of it, guys. Don't lose sight of EUDA if it takes out 340 again. Okay. Why? Because look left, look how much room it has on the daily. If it takes that out, it got literally to the penny of what happened on March the 7th. I got up to 340. Today it got right to 340. I'm sorry, a little bit higher, 344. But if it takes that area out again, then looking left, the next high is 5. So a ton of room on a percentage basis. That's about $1.50. And I'm not saying it's going to get there, but that's all I like to do is just take a look left, see how much room a stock has before it hits the next high on either a daily or a weekly chart. And that kind of gives me an idea if I do want to take the trade. Ugh, shoot, this was shortable for me too. This CIFR, look at the tank job on this one. This was early on. It's a crypto play, got up to 261, actually an earnings play too. But look at the tank job on this, 261 down to 190. And this was shortable for me. Just couldn't keep track of it. Yeah, so right now my number one focus is probably on this EUDA to see if it takes out that 340 mark again. It may not happen, but if it does, I'm certainly going to know about it because I do have my price alert. All right, everybody, it is now 10:30, so let me just talk a little bit about my homepage, etc., and the information that you can find. Give me a moment. Okay, I put my homepage link on. First of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday, getting live on the mic at 9 and going to about 3:20, 3:30. Okay. I do open the main room up at 8. You can talk amongst yourselves between 8 and 9, but I do not get live on the mic until 9. And of course, that's Monday to Friday. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to find. So here is a promo code you can use if you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. Patty 25 for 25% off the first month only or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. Quickly show you how much Trade Ideas does cost. We have 4 plans: annual, monthly, premium, standard. Annual premium is 2,000, annual standard is 1,000, less the 25% in both cases, of course. The big difference is the AI. This is what the AI kind of looks, well, not kind of, this is what it looks like. You just wait for the alerts to happen. How you trade them will be up to you. Okay. There's the alert for CDMO. You don't have to take an annual subscription. You want to go month to month, that's fine. Standard premium, 118, 228. You can apply the 25% discount to the first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you would pay going forward. If you take out a monthly subscription, though, and you decide, man, I wouldn't mind having an annual, you do it within 30 days, we'll honor that 25%. And this goes for anybody who has a monthly subscription right now. Okay, if you want to take out an annual, we'll honor the 25% discount. Okay. And as always, if you do take out our subscription, you must do the get started first. This will take you through your download and install, your first startup and login, toolbar and right click magic, etc. Okay. It'll take you about 30 minutes, 10 short videos. If you are new to trading, we've got a nice little course for you, Trading 101. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. Michael will actually be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. I take a break between 12 and 1, Monday to Friday. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room, and today's Tuesday, and therefore it'll be Michael Noss, and he put this course together. I do a daily stock of the day. I do a daily stock of the day video right here. Trade of the week. This is free. It is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. This week's trade of the week, there was none. Steve, who originates it, Steve Gomez at Trade Ideas, he basically said stay in cash. As opposed to trying to, doesn't mean you can't trade, of course, but he didn't feel comfortable trying to find one stock, not with what was happening. So he just basically said every now and then that is the idea, just stay in cash. Education. Here we go. So here is the user guide. If you click on the user guide, again, hammering the point home, there's the getting started. At least the very least, you should know what an alert window is, the A window, the T window, a top list window is, and the stock racing. You click on the stock racing, you will see we have 4 videos going over virtually all the aspects of what stock racing is all about. We also have down here the race startup, clickable, race configuration, etc. Okay. Don't get hung up on how much information is in it in the user guide. You don't have to know everything. The other thing I would really look at though is price alerts, how to put a price alert on a chart. So when it hits that price, you'll know about it. Here's the Getting Started series again. So as I said before, the daily support. So I do take a break between 12 and 1. Today, being Tuesday, Michael Noss will take over for me in our YouTube room. Before I do take my break, I will put the YouTube link in so you can head over and listen to Michael. Last, my scans. Now, again, if you click on my link and you're looking for my scans, you have to scroll down, okay? And here are my scans. So you've heard me talk about the 10-day daily breakout and down. Here they are right here. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. These are the two races that you see, okay? The two races. And I do have some other scans that I am sharing. The halts resumes. I don't really have a scan, but it's just information, when a stock gets halted and when it resumes. Look at Ambi, guys. Ambi from here. So if you do take out a subscription, I would appreciate it if you use my homepage link. And then when you're in the room, then you can use this promo code. This is a free room. The room will get credit for the subscription. I get a piece of it. And also, if you save my link, my homepage, then you can take a look at my scans anytime you want, and also the big education section. So this is a PC-based program, okay? So what you're seeing here, this is a PC-based program. We do have a web-based version of the program, but things like you won't have this Brokerage Plus window that you can practice trading using our simulator. You won't have access to the races if you're using the web-based version. We're trying to improve upon the web-based version, so it'll catch up to the downloadable application, but it's not there yet. If you're a lot of people at Trade Ideas who have Macs, they'll use an emulation program like Parallels, something like that. I guess it works well. Or something like AWS, Amazon Web Services. But so to answer your question, you can use it on a Mac, but if you're not prepared to do something like AWS or use an emulation program, then you'll be using our web-based version. I mean, it's fine. I mean, it's not horrible or anything, but it's not as robust as the downloadable application. Pfizer, weren't they buying Seattle SGEN? Yeah, they were buying Seattle Genetics yesterday, right, John? SGEN. Wow, this is still not really come down. I mean, this is now getting so close to 19 CDMO. It definitely was. Wrote it down. So Pfizer was. There we go. Here's your news. Seattle Genetics to be acquired by Pfizer. Hmm. Keep an eye on FRC guys now. These regional banks are starting to move again and getting close to 50. So the movement is up. I mean, that's a big 42 to 50 now. So my guess is now that if you're in that KRE short, probably KRE is probably to pop just a little bit here. Yeah, man, I missed the boat on Abby. Look at Abby just ripping here, 5 million in the float. And the next high looking left is 1639. But my guess is that actually, oh, it's halted. Yeah, it's going to get halted right now. You're just looking at the spread, thinking, boy, the spread must be terrible. But it's 1563, 1564. That means it's going to get halted. Going to get halted because there's no way the spread would be a penny on something this crazy active. Look at the market, straight up since basically 8:30. Ever since the CPI numbers came out. Yeah, no kidding on the EDU. I mean, that was just a complete reversal. But let's take a look at KWEB. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what happened to the China education stocks, but I mean, look at KWEB. I mean, KWEB's in nothing. I mean, it's basically flat. All right, guys. Let's see. I'm just OPGN. OPGN is on the move. At least it was OPGN. Take a look at this on the daily chart. Starting to look at things other than banks. WAL. I don't know. Did it ever break 40? I can take a look to see if it ever broke 40. 41.20. When was that? That was at 9:15. So it did it break it? So this is Almost a market high, okay, for WAL, market high 930, 39.84. So you can see, I mean, if it gets over 40, I mean, these things are starting to move again. FRC close to 50, WAL close to 40, PAC W over 15 again. So these regional banks are bouncing again. Definitely a bit of a choppy day for these for the banks now. I mean, we're not in a sell off completely or buy into it completely. We're just sort of moving around a bit. Love is a bounce candidate. Okay, let's take a look. A real or what we're going to call you. Relax. Oof, what a few days it's had. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. Seventh day down for LOVE. Boy, another new high here for CDMO. Sorry, I'm sorry. No, no, sorry. I'm sorry. Looked at the wrong alert. SGTX just got halted. SGTX or resumed. Sorry, just resumed. SGTX. I suppose you could. It has room to 160. I mean, if you discount the next high looking left, 135. SGTX. See if there's any specific news on it. Ooh, RAP. Shoot. RAPT just hit my 10-day daily breakdown, but I reacted a little too slowly. There it was at 1860. It is at 18. It is at 18 now. This has earnings after hours. I don't know. Maybe the market is thinking it's going to be awful. I don't know. There's some. It has earnings after hours today. I'm sorry. This is pre-market. I am so sorry. This is pre-market. There was just no reaction. It is earnings. Yeah, I'm sorry. I thought this said post-market, but it's pre-market. I asked them. I don't like that red, to be honest. I just or have a different combination. But they don't listen to me. Okay, guys. There's another one showing up now. DCGO just showed up on the 10-day daily breakdown and has some room to 7. Okay, yeah, DCGO has some room to 7. It's underneath the VWAP, 811, so it's far enough away from that, but it has some room to about 712. What's the volume like? Pretty good volume. It is an earnings play, release earnings after hours. I mean, look at the reaction after hours. It was very positive. It was up to $10. Didn't really sell off that much. Very choppy action this morning. It was still kind of holding, though a very choppy action. That 10 area here is the pre-market, but once the market opened, it just tanked. Crazy. So I'm a little leery of this one right now. Okay, so MCB guys, that's that bank, I think, right? That's that very low float bank, MCB. Now, this has really been kind of trading on its own when you think about it, because it really hasn't had any severe pullback, but it's such a low float. MCB, very, very low float, 9.7 million in the float. All right, ABR, Realty Trust, ABR. Look at this market. Boy, this is such a strong, orderly progression right up here. I mean, no red candles at all today on the SPY. Not one red candle yet. Well, I mean, we can, speculate why, but I mean, the CPI numbers came in at 8:30. So I mean, that gave the market the pop. I think that people are now, regarding the banking, are thinking, okay, I'm not saying this is the case, but viewing it more like a one-off. I know people are going to say, oh, there all sorts of other banks are in trouble too. That may be, but I think right now, today, was because of the CPI number at 8:30, which did not shock or anything. So, because you can see the reaction right at 8:30. I mean, that's when the market started to lift. Okay, guys, ABR is interesting to me. It's got that little bit of room down to, actually, I thought it had more room. Yeah, 1231. Just give me one moment, please. Yeah, so anyway, I thought this, for some reason, I thought this had more room, looking left on that daily chart. 1231, I mean, 30 cents, if it got all the way down to that price, I'd be happy, but can't predict that, of course. I thought it was more of a straight shot down to 12 from 1260 for ABR. So with that in mind, I'm just going to take a pass on it. Yeah, I'm going to stick an alert right around here for CDMO, around 1840, just because there are two bottoming tails right in that area. If it can take those out, but right now the bottoming tails, what does that mean? The sellers had knocked it down, buyers close it higher. Of course, the previous one though, you could say the reverse. Sellers had it up to 19, and the buyers close it down. But let's see. I mean, if 1840 is taken out, I know Real's got an alert for 1823. The the VWAP is 1756, so that would be far enough away. But it is a strong stock. Always have to remember that. There's a reason it's up and it's earnings, so it is a strong stock. All right, guys. Now the spread's a little wonky, but 1838, 1847. All right, guys. What time is it now? 11 o'clock. So in about an hour, I'll be taking my break. Michael and also will be taking over for me in our YouTube room. But what do you, but Shady, are you talking about swinging them? You know, or talking about intraday? I mean, probably nothing. I mean, there's no certainty in this world, but I mean, nothing's going to happen intraday. All right, guys. Okay, what did SGTX do? Anything of note? Nope. Nope. All right, guys. CDMO getting a little more interesting here. I mean, it tried to pop a little bit, but 1849, 1856 on the bid ask. Did it make a new high? Wow, Ambi. Yes, Ambi did make a new high after that pullback. But the spread is atrocious, I believe. AMBI, the spread, just looking at it, yeah, 1479, 1520. Oh, the CDMO, it just looks still pretty strong here. Well, we had a little bit of a red bar in the SPY, but that seems to be wiped out by the next one. So there was no down tick yet. All right, guys, 11:05. I'll be right back, okay? Give me about 5 minutes. All right, guys, I'm back. Oh, that AMB, yeah. Wow, AMBI. Missed it completely this morning. Definitely. I didn't even know it was an IPO, or not an IPO, but a SPAC a couple of days ago, a few days ago. I didn't even see it. Boy, oh boy, is right. And it's halted again. AMBI halted again. Won 8 races here. Give me a moment, guys. Give me a moment, guys. I'm just writing a little email. Great. All right, guys, CDMO now starting to look a little tired, in my opinion. Getting these three topping tails now, one big one, a smaller one, and this candle just closed. This 15-minute candle just closed. So we've got three topping tails now. I say a big, not as big, and a little bit smaller, but we may start to see this start to drop. All right, guys. So I'm definitely, I mean, this CDMO looks a little bit tired. I know Real's got an alert down around 1820. I may, let's see if it takes, I want to see if it takes out 1850 in a bigger way. Okay, guys. Look at Pac W. Pac W is not high of the day yet, but it is on the move. It is sort of leading the charge here before FRC and WAL. I keep waiting on FRC to maybe take out 50, WAL to maybe take out 40. Pac W, Pac W definitely on a little bit of a move here. Held 15 or 16, 15. The high today was 1611. But you can see it is definitely a lot, well, I won't say better, but the other two are just sort of languishing. The other two meaning WAL and FRC. So how are those bounce plays working today? I haven't even looked at them. Wow. Well, EDU would have been a, yeah, but this, yeah, but the first alert was at 3650. You would have wait down to 35. EDU did bounce, heck of a bounce, but I'm just looking at the bounce plays. YMM. Now the latest one is EH. It looks like these three, but again, the problem is, when do you take it? EDU, I have a first alert at 3650, then all the way down to 3499. Now these were happening pretty quickly, so why, guys? NLY. This is a nice move. The next high, actually, it's got some room. The next high looking left is 2052. It's about $1 away. I'm not saying it's getting there, of course, and I wouldn't take it right now. I'd probably, ideally, maybe just sort of stop going up for a while, maybe base a little bit, and then start the move again because this has some room. Uh, Financial, of course. Whoa, CDMO. So CDMO really popped up here, guys. So this is not over. Not over. This might even rip higher now. CDMO takes out 19. Wow, that's why you wait. Look at that move. And that's that can be the problem trying to short these stocks that have good news. Good news. I mean, this is an earnings play, CDMO. Looking at trying to short something that has good news, probably it's harder, if something is just kind of going up and you can't really figure out a reason for it. But I mean, this did have obviously positive news based on their earnings release. I bet that Interactive Brokers has no shorts available for Ambi. No. And this is halted on the way down also. Yeah, halted on the way down now. No shorts available. Not at Interactive Brokers anyway. That's typical for, I don't know, it's only 5 days, 6 days trading, kind of typical. – 19 guys now for the CDMO. Wow. That's impressive. Well, let's take a look left. I mean, we're going to keep going. 1893 on the weekly chart is the next high. 1921 takes out 1921, 2031. Wow. So I guess in theory, it still has some room on that weekly chart. Okay, guys, I'm just okay, I just got a little rat-a-tat. So the AMBI just opened, I guess. AMBI just opened. Rat-a-tat, meaning I have a machine gun sound right there. HGBL. Take a look at HGBL. Through three. Take a look left. What is going on here with HGBL? The next high looking left is about 318. HGBL on the move here, guys. Volume coming in. Probably a low, 30 million, not crazy low. Not a lot of volume, 14 times normal. Is there any news on this one? HGBL, don't see any news on it. March 9th was earnings. What did it do then? Yeah, so there's a reaction. So I actually had a good reaction to earnings, HGBL. That was the reaction. It'll pop, big pop up. I had topping tails and bottoming tails, so it was pretty choppy intraday, but it certainly finished way above the previous day's close. So this might be now just a resumption. They took out the high of that day, 298. Might be a resumption play, like a earnings continuation play. CDMO is sitting right at 19 now. All right, just watching the HGBL, see if it can hold three at least and then move from there. Well, this one's sort of interesting. Axe, is this a credit intermediate? So it's another in the sector, financial sector, Axe in the financial sector. You can just see the three down days. And now we have a little recovery. It's at yesterday's high, 37.97. So it's just kind of at yesterday's high, 37.97. All right, I guess I have to click on this stupid thing. JAGX. It's showing up on my moment. Look at CDMO. I don't know about that block at 19. This is really, it's got all the way up to 1928. And it just kind of fell a little bit, but this is super strong. I mean, at some point, is it going to give it up? Probably, but I don't know if it's going to give it all up. But I mean, it is just a super strong earnings play. Ooh, yeah, FRC is definitely weaker here. Just looking at this, there's a VWAP is 47.10, so it's below the VWAP. And WAL is still hanging a little bit above the VWAP, so it's a little bit stronger. Not much, but it's a little bit stronger. There's the VWAP, 36.74. All right, give me a moment, please, guys. Just have to do something off camera, so to speak. Just trying to get a link together. Okay, give me a moment. I'm trying to get a link together. Something I think a lot of you are going to want to take a look at. Okay, let me see if this works. Not working. Okay, guys, I'm working this on my break. Trying to get a link for. Oh, there we go. There we go. There we go. Okay. Oh, just give me one moment. Give me one moment. I want to get this link in. I think people are going to want this link. Okay. This will probably be our biggest webinar ever, guys. This is a link for the Brian Shannon Anchored VWAP webinar on March the 30th. I got to make sure it works. I think it works. Yes, there it goes. Okay. So you can sign up for it right here, guys. Okay. Those of you who know who Brian Shannon is, I'm sure you're going to want to attend this. And those who don't, I'm even going to attend it. Very interested to see what he has to say about anchored VWAPs and all that. So there is your promo code, okay, or your link for the webinar, March the 30th. Okay, HGBL, as I'm watching it, is just sort of not, it's not doing it. Going to tease this a little bit over that 18, it's 18, over the $3 level. Oh yeah, they're all recorded. So all you have to do is just to sign up for it, okay? And if you can't make it, doesn't matter. It'll get sent out to you. Okay. The question was, will the if you can't make it live, the Brian Shannon webinar on March the 30th, don't worry. You just have to sign up for it, and then you'll be sent out an email after it's done, so you can listen to it. A lot of excitement about that one. I'm telling you, we don't usually do too many guest webinars, but a lot of excitement about that one for sure. He is he's got that book on Amazon right now. Yeah, CDMO is now Will it hold under 18 in a big way? 19, sorry, in a big way. So holding out for this area down here, 1830-ish. Okay, guys, WAL is on the way down, as is FRC. And WAL just took out the VWAP. So Peter Smith, if you're in the YouTube room, there, please sign up for that webinar. Critical error on the link? Really? I'm gonna load it right from, don't know why you're getting that. When I click on the link, okay, good. Okay, yeah, you might have to click twice. I did not have to do that, but let me see here. And then the other link. And hopefully it's okay, guys. Okay, Peter. 'Cause I know you've been asking about it. Boy, that was a short-lived drop. I thought they were going to really start to tank here, WAL, but not at all. I really thought this was the end for a while. Wow. All right, guys. What time is it now? It's 11:47. So what I'm going to do right now is put the YouTube link in to the rooms, the non-YouTube room. Obviously, you're already there, so you don't have to go there. Michael will be in the YouTube room in about 10 minutes or so. Okay, I am going to, believe it or not, Put a price alert at the high of the day for Ambi, which is around 22.25. Call me crazy. The high is 25.36. That's the all-time high. If this takes it out later on in the day, you believe it or not, you may get a surge. If it takes out the high. So I'm not saying it's going to happen, of course, but I'm going to put a price alert there. Yeah, okay, I guess that's no go for EUDA. That is a no go. When I say no go, I don't think it's going to take out the high there of 340 now. It's just had a big downturn. Unfortunately, no shorts for me for this one. This is look at these topping tails on the daily chart. We have this huge one here. We've got one there, one today, one the day before that, and then 3 days before that one. Really confidence destroyers. Okay, I mean, what does it mean? It means at one point it was price was up here, stock price was up here, and then it just got sold off. So hard to get too enthusiastic. I was hoping that today maybe it would take out that high and have a run at the high looking left, but not even close. Not even close. Oh, I was just going to say CDMO, guys. CDMO, just 29 now. So Yuri, or Kerry, sorry, I think it was Kerry. Your short worked out nicely off the 19. Kiri. All right, guys. Yeah, I just confirmed it is Michael. We'll be in our YouTube room in about a little over 5 minutes, probably. So I've already put the YouTube link in. So again, one more time before I leave, you can sign up for the big webinar we're having on March the 30th. And that is with Brian Shannon. We could hit 1,000 people. Hopefully our whatever we're using for it doesn't melt down. And I know I'm going to benefit from it because I'm still not 100% sure about where to start the anchored VWAP. I know you can do it from the high of the day, the low of the day, and all that, but I want a better explanation about it all. And it can be used for intraday trading, of course, and longer term trading. So that's why I've sort of held off, knowing that we were actually supposed to have the webinar, I think, on St. Patrick's Day. Wonder why, Brian Shannon. But we just couldn't pull it off by then. Read the book. I don't want to read the book. Do you have it, Pepe? You didn't buy it, did you? Oh, you're reading it. Okay. Okay, guys, CDMO now. Only issue now is that VWAP 1789. Okay, guys, I'm just going to put my announcement in. What time is it now? 11:56. Michael will be here soon. So on a break, back around 1 p.m. ET. Oh, be quick because I'll be taking my break, Paradox, okay? If you don't mind. I actually have something to do, so I just opened one. So you should be able to see it now. Hey guys, let's see. HGB. So what I'm going to do with the HGBL is I think I have my alert set, 3 something, just in case later on, just in case. I'll put a 302 price alert on it in case it takes it out again. Paramount. The next high looking left is 2074, so it has a little bit of room. Trying to recover somewhat. Um, all right, guys. Michael should be there. So Paradox, I actually have to go. Okay, I do have to go, so I'm gonna have to end this. Sorry, Michael, me boy. Just give me a moment as I mute myself in the two rooms.
Sure
There we
thing.
go. Mute. Okay. So this webinar with Brian Shannon should be a blast. I'm actually I haven't attended any webinars, trade ideas at all, but this is one I will definitely attend.
It should be good times.
Yeah.
I'm doing a spaces with him for those who are into that kind of thing. Uh, Tomorrow, I think, or maybe the day. I'll send the link in our little internal chat when we.
Are
Um,
those recorded, Michael, or not?
yes, you. Yeah. So basically, if somebody sends you a spaces link and you haven't been able to make it to the space, um, you should be able to just click on the same link and it should be later. It's basically they're live podcasts, right? So I
Yes.
was literally just on one with the All Star Charts crew. I was talking to Sean.
Oh, cool. How's
um
he doing?
yeah, he seems to be doing well.
Oh,
So I was
excellent.
just chatting with them about interest rates and boring stuff like
Mhm.
that. But yeah, it's just really cool because I was just hanging out waiting for me to come on stream. And it's the cool thing about them is that they're like live podcasts, but you can just bring someone up. So they can just, ping you and go, okay, hey, do you want to come and hang out and talk about stuff? And just pull stuff up from the audience, which is cool. So it'll be a
Okay. So
good.
so if I do want to hear Brian Shannon tomorrow, because I won't be able to do it live, can you, I don't know, do I have to do an invite and then sign up and then later on I'll get an email? Is that how it works?
No, just I actually looking. It's Thursday. I'm doing it,
Okay.
but yeah, just remind me on Thursday, and I just give you a link from Twitter. That's the beauty
Okay.
of them is you can just they're like pop in, pop out kind of thing, right?
Gotcha.
So
All right.
should be fun.
Yeah, no kidding. And let me just, where am I here? Where is your, okay,
Oh,
you
I
have
haven't.
not taken over yet. I guess you're going to take over
One
now.
second here. Yeah, sorry, I was putting through a
And
trade.
remember, everybody, have a trading plan. Have a trading plan. Have a trading plan.
Absolutely. There you go. You just summed up the next hour of me
Yeah,
ranting for
okay.
everybody.
Okay, Michael. Now, can you go to one or do you have to leave early?
Oh, one's fine.
Okay. We'll see you then.
All right. Talk to you soon.
Okay.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, uh, teacher's gone. Basically, what we do is each and every day from noon until 1 Eastern time is we open up the chat to just Q&A. So I'll be here for the next hour just to answer any questions you guys might have about trade ideas. Again, we always appreciate your questions because we don't really have a lot planned. So it's always good just to go, okay, this is, you know, what it is that we're chatting about and what it is we're doing and all that kind of stuff. So feel free to ask anything and everything that you can. Otherwise, I'm just going to be waffling on. So the Market Explorer has actually, I've started to add some scans back into that. We're kind of in the process of building that back out now that our um, the now that we're able to our move to AWS is done. We're able to kind of go through and say, okay, it's interesting to start to expand a lot of this out. So one new scan you can find right under if you right click and you go into RSI under strategies, unable to get oversold. So this one is actually really cool. Something that's near to dear to my heart as a technical analyst. Essentially, what this scan is looking for, to add the RSI here, is a lot of people use RSI, and I have a Substack coming out about this today or early tomorrow, depending on when the wife's done proofreading it, because we don't want we definitely want someone to proofread my writing. A lot of people look at RSI and a lot of these indicators and they say, okay, well, um, I'm going to look for it to get oversold and then I'm going to buy the stock. And then when it gets overbought, I'm going to short the stock. And uh, there's not many things that we know in trading, but we know kind of 100% in trading that this does not work in the long run. It's just buying stuff that's oversold and selling stuff that's overbought. It's been tested ad infinitum, and it doesn't work. But one cool thing about RSI is the way the math works is it's kind of just telling you the strength of the stock. So what this scan does is everything on this scan is essentially a stock in which the RSI has been unable to get oversold for an entire year. So it's unable to drop below 30 for a year, right? So you can see ALGM here never got oversold at all. And then it sorts this by position in 6-month range, but you can resort that as much as you want. And the beauty of this is it just gives you a list of really, really strong names because the idea being if they can't ever make this, so even on this pullback on TNP, right, they weren't able to make the RSI oversold. Well, that just kind of tells us that hey, there's some strength under the hood, right? Because basically what the RSI does, it measures the average up move versus the average down move in a period of time. So yeah, the fact that it wasn't able to kind of reach that oversold territory just tells me, hey, there's some strength in here, right? Every time it dips, it's not able to reach that oversold area. So maybe again doing the opposite of what most people kind of blindly do and say, "Oh, if it's oversold, that means I want to buy it." Well, I want to buy the stock that's not able to get oversold. And there's a lot of really, really strong names in this list. So it's an interesting list. Now, because it needs an entire year of data in order to basically if something gets oversold ever, it will get removed from the list, but it needs an entire year of data. Then the list is going to be isn't going to update a crazy amount. But again, it's just if you just go through this list, everything in this list just seems, super, super strong. So if you're interested in that stuff, you can go right ahead. That one's available now. TH, I am in TH. So TH was a TI strength. Um, I think it was a TI strength name. I think it was the name I was talking about anyway. Really like the look of it for sure. Kind of anywhere over this area, but basically just a break out of this triangle. Insane, just like we talked about, insane strength. You can see the RSI, right? Couldn't get oversold. This thing's just in a massive uptrend from 5 to 15. And yeah, it broke out yesterday. And I think I bought some yesterday on the close. And then yeah, today's just been fantastic. So what we're looking for on TH is to see if we get up to 18 and what happens if we get up there. Ideally, you just want to see a nice breakthrough, but I'll probably be looking to take, some of it off the table if we start to struggle up in that area. But yeah, this one's just an insanely strong stock. Massive, massive strength on this one. Another one that I was watching, I was in a Twitter space last night and I talked about this one that I've got an eye on is Stitch Fix. Finally above, you can see, other than like barely on this day, it hasn't been able to get above its 200-day moving average in years, and with a 17% short float, so a pretty substantial short float here, and relative strength to the market. Right, the market's been selling off over the last few days to few weeks, and this one's actually been holding up really well. I'm interested in this one if it can close above its 200-day. That's something I'll keep an eye on, and then wrong if it breaks under this level right here. But yeah, TH, one of the ways I found it, I know it was on TI strength at some point, but one of the ways I found it was just this scan right here looking for short squeeze candidates. So this is just looking for stuff with high short floats that are in the high end of whatever range you want to sort it by. Right now, it's sorted by position in 20-day range. The idea being, and I've said this a whole bunch of times, but I think it's always worth repeating, is Bed Bath and Beyond is a heavily shorted name, but nobody's worried about this, right? It does 42 million shares of volume a day. So it does tons and tons and tons of volume. Where's the float? Yeah, the float's only 113 million shares. So they could cover in like 2 days, just if they had to. So the short squeeze isn't going to be insane. And everybody, because it's at a new all-time low, and every day it's hitting a new all-time low as it marches closer to bankruptcy, all of the shorts here are happy. They're all making money. They have no reason to go, oh crap, I need to exit my position quickly. Right? They're all super happy here. If you're short, you're right, and if you're wrong, or if you're long, you're wrong. And there's no other way about it. But if you look at something, ASO being one of my favorites, but it has earnings, sadly, way too close for me to take a trade on it now. It's the 16th, so Thursday. This has a 30% short float, which is really high short float. And, it's coiling right up, and this is all-time highs. So everybody who's short AMC, GME, Bed Bath and Beyond, all this stuff, they're making tons and tons of money. So they're not nervous. They're like, okay, if this thing starts to spike, I can easily cover my short shares and I will still probably make a profit on the trade regardless. So they're not scared. But ASO, right? 30% of the short or the float is short. And this thing's in a monster of an uptrend. Well, all of these guys are wrong. Unless, some of them are short, like right there, then those guys are right. But most of these shorts are wrong. So that's one thing that a lot of people kind of fail to think about when they're looking for short squeeze plays, is that you don't only want the the short float to be high, but you want it to at least, and again, that's why you can sort by whatever position range you want here. You want at least over the last little bit it to start pushing higher, right? Which is why like Stitch Fix is, yeah, the shorts have made a lot of money on this, right? It was $120 stock that's now worth $5. But for the last, I don't know, almost what, not a year, but what's that? So that's July of 2022. It's been putting in this massive kind of rounded bottom. So no one short has really been making money in this name for almost a year. And it looks like it might be pushing higher. So these are the kind of situations where I'm interested in saying, okay, if I was short this thing and I say, okay, now it's reclaimed its 200-day moving average. It's gone from $3 to almost $6. So it's almost doubled off its lows. And maybe it's time that I look to put a little bit of profit in my put a little bit of profit, take it off the table, right? Put it in my pocket, move on with my life. Not thinking that Stitch Fix is ever going back to $100 because it's not. But could it pop from maybe $5 if we close above the 200-day? Could it pop? Maybe it fights, goes after that high at some point, or tries to fill the gap or something. Maybe. Right? So that's kind of my theory behind a lot of these things is that, you don't just say, "Oh, ooh, goody, big short float. Let me take a trade." You say, "Oh, goody, big short float. Um, you know, maybe now is time to do something." 1 second here, guys. I am a trader, and I just got an alert, so I'm just going to place a little trade here. Uh, there we go. Apologies. Always trading something. I've been playing with position and range filters suggested by the trader yesterday, which would be Chris. To find triangles. They are hard. E. Yeah, pattern recognition is hard. Now, I will say, the I am working on stuff. Like you can look at if you're looking on kind of the swing trading time frame. Um, I have these bull flag and bear flag scanners, and the idea behind these are just consolidating, right? So there's just some sort of consolidation after a move. There will be more pattern recognition coming to the Market Explorer soon. Now that I'm able to kind of push some things out for that, so again, it's pattern recognition is always really, really hard to do, just because it's so subjective, right? Someone may look at a triangle and say, no, that's not long enough or deep enough or wide enough or whatever. So it's just going to be a lot of trial and error. How is post market hours as far for swing trading, scanning the next day? I don't really use post market or pre market for swing trading. For me, I want, the main importance for me is the closing price. That's why I said with things like Stitch Fix, I'm looking for it to close over the 200-day moving average, right? So for me, it's just, again, as a CMT, someone who studied a lot of it, this is like an old Charles Dow kind of thing, where it's like, it's Charles Dow always taught us the closing price is the most important. So for me, when it comes for swing trading, I basically only look at my swing account at 3 Eastern. I always have to convert the time zone. But yeah, 3 Eastern is when I'll sit down, I'll load up my swing account, and anything that's breaking under um, a level, something like that, then that's what I'll look to get out of. And then anything that's breaking over a level, that's what I'll look to get into. But really, generally, I don't even open my swing account until that time. I've got worst case stops in for everything. So, um, it's one of those. And that's just how it works for me, right? Some people want to really fine tune um their entry and things like this, but for me it's I just want to see where it closes. I just get wicked in so many times when I don't. Can please talk about stocks with high institutional insider ownership? You're talking about, do you short high institutional ownership stocks? No, not necessarily. The main reason that people look at institutional and insider ownership, these two held by institutions, held by insiders, um, as a guide, is they're basically trying to look for how much of the float can act quickly, right? If you are AMC, so just thinking of examples where, yeah, nobody the institutions and insiders don't hold this stock. Like if you look at the institution or the insider trading in AMC, it they sell their stock every time they can, right? The CEO and the insiders of AMC have made $1 billion since it became a meme stock, which is sad considering all of the apes, quote unquote, have lost money. But the insiders made nearly $1 billion. So in this case, basically what you're doing is you're saying how much of the float can act quickly, right? And what were we just on? Something like Hershey's going to be owned a lot. Yeah, HSY held by institutions, 83%. So what you're saying is that 83% of Hershey's float, which is big anyway, is held by insiders, and insiders don't act quickly, right? They don't buy and sell and buy and sell and buy and sell like us retail degenerates who are always watching the stock. So that's the main kind of takeaway that you can get is that if institutional ownership in your stock is really really high, then you don't really need to worry about them coming and just smashing the sell button. Um, if the thing's moving higher, they're not going to just sell into that quickly. And that's about it, right? You'll never know the motivations behind any trader. And any smart trader is, doing everything they can to hide why they're in stuff and when they're going to sell it and when they're going to buy it and all this. Right? You'd have to be, pretty stunted to kind of open up your hand. That's like showing someone you're playing poker against the other hand. Right? I'm not going to show you my cards and tell you what I'm going to do and when, but you're going to know that they're going to go slow. They're naturally slow moving organizations because they have to. If you're an institutional, you got to go, okay, well, now if we're going to buy this stock, we have to have a meeting. We have to talk to compliance. We need to, there's all these kind of things that we have to do. Where if you're a retail person, and this is the benefit that I think we have as retail people, this is the edge that we have over the institutions, is you can take a trade And then if 30 seconds later, even if it's a swing trade or even if it's a long-term investment, if I'm buying HSY right now because I really like how it's breaking out of this base, um, it's number one ranked on TI strength. So I'm looking at it, say, okay, it's number one ranked on TI strength. It's got a pretty obvious base right here. I'm going to buy it as it breaks out of this base. That's my theory behind it. But then all of a sudden it comes back down to here and it closes back inside the range. You can just get right back out. That's, when anyone asks what's your edge over the institution, that's the main one. If it's, if not the entire one, but that's the main one, is that I can get in, I can get out, quickly. I don't need to think too much about it. I can just go, no, I don't like it anymore. And in fact, some of the most successful traders out there, and the market wizards with Peter Bryant was a perfect example of this. He just simply has a rule that anything that he is down on Friday, he sells because he doesn't want to take that into the weekend, like mentally. And it's like, that's the stuff we can do. Rebuy it on Monday if you still want it, kind of thing. So that's our advantage. So basically, again, when you're looking at held by insiders, you're just saying these are the people who are slow, uh, or held by institutions. These guys are really, really slow when they're going to make a trade. Now, when they're going to make a trade, it's going to be really impactful, but they're going to do it slow, right? I thought I heard a while that Milton Family Trust could be. Again, I'm a technician, so I'm not going to look too hard on that. That's just how I look at it. Because again, you're never going to know how long they're going to hold for. You're never going to know what their rationality behind holding is, or where their profit targets are, anything like that. You're just not going to. The reason that everybody likes to follow Warren Buffett's picks, and he's been like, for those who don't know, he now owns, I think, 30% almost of Oxy. And Warren Buffett has been the floor right here of Oxy. Every time it dips into this area, he's bought over and over and over again. The reason that everyone likes to follow Warren's picks is because he generally doesn't sell, like, ever. He'll hold stuff till the end of time. So that's why it's easy to go, okay, I'm going to follow Uncle Warren's picks because I know that he's not gonna turn around and sell it, even if the thing just rockets and doubles. He's just not gonna turn around and sell it. But with the rest of them, you never know. So, like anything, it's institutional ownership or something like that may be a supplement for, like, you may say, okay, the price is lining up, the chart's doing exactly what I want, I like the story of the company or whatever, fundamental reason or whatever. Oh, and institutional ownership is high. uh, in William O'Neill's book, How to Make Money in Stocks, he basically talked about how institutional ownership was a positive sign the way he saw it. And again, for people who don't know, William O'Neill is the founder of Investor Business Daily and just a legendary investor in his time. He really ranked institutional ownership high because his theory was, the big guys, the quote unquote smart money, are able to do a lot more research, right? If Warren Buffett picks up the phone right now and calls the CEO of Oxy as a 30% shareholder, the CEO is going to listen. Um, he's going to uh, chat about it. He's going to listen, but we won't. So that's another way that people look at it and say, okay, well, if the institutions are on my side, then I know they have a bunch of MIT nerd stuff, that they've gone through, and they've talked to the CEO and chatted about this and talked about that. So I can kind of feel more confident that the institutions have done their math. Uh, any alert or released when a scan exception, if not, yeah, we're going to this is something that, again, that now that we've done our switch over to AWS, you're going to start seeing a lot of additions come to the program, a lot, which is great. One of which is going to be just like a welcome screen every time you load it up that will say, basic stuff like there may be some commentary from some of our traders, which I think would be a really cool ad of, these are things that are happening in the market today, maybe some earnings that are announcing or something like that. But one of the things that we want to add, that I think is a really good idea, is just a section that says, these are some new things that you should check out in the system, because it's one of those, yeah, we're always adding uh, new things, and at the very least, we're going to do a landing page or something for the Market Explorer. It's just we've been we haven't added anything to it in months and months, because this, for those who don't know, we just did like an internal server changeover that took a lot of effort and a lot of time, and that was kind of the focus for the dev team. But now that the dev team is done with that, then there's going to be a lot of additions made to the normal system. So yeah, at the very least, some sort of a landing page that people could check periodically. Ideally, some sort of a welcome screen that, you open up trade ideas for the day and it goes, okay, here's some interesting things that are happening in the world, and here's some interesting things that are happening inside of trade ideas. So that's something that's been modeled up and everything. It's one of those things that's like, just randomly and off topic. A lot of people are like, oh, this AI is going to completely kill devs. And I don't think that's going to be the case, right? I think what's going to happen is you're just going to see much bigger improvements for in software, because we have tons and tons of things over here at Trades that we want to do, that are on the list to do. There's just not enough developers and not enough time in the day to kind of get it all done. So uh, the more efficient devs, and if AIs can make devs and that kind of things, then the better. We're still going to need them all. They're just going to be pumping out more updates quicker. The AVU app pinch is not available yet. That's something that we're just playing with internally, so you won't be able to find it, right? The Market Explorer is not currently on the web version. That's something that we are going to, again, with all the other updates coming in, that's going to be pushed as well, right? The newest version of Trade Ideas, you just go to tradeaideas.com. You just load up old tradeaideas.com and hit the download button, and okay, so the download button's in the top corner right here. You just click on that guy and away you go. So this will be the newest version that you guys have access to. There's, again, a lot of things being tested. Generally, the procedure is that we test things internally. So the traders that work, there's most of the people that you hear from, especially on this stream, all of the people that you hear from are traders in their own right, with their own style. Barry's a short-term scalper. He loves when I say that, but I'm more of a longer term kind of slower trader, and everyone who comes up here has their kind of their own style and their own way of doing things. So the beauty of that is that, what we do a lot of is we'll give new versions of the software to all the traders internally and say, just go about your day, right? You know, go about your normal trading and let us know what breaks. And then after a few weeks of hopefully nothing breaking, then we publish a new beta. Now, one thing that you can do is when you're in trade ideas, under the tools section of the main bar right here, and then options, there is an upgrade button, and it's just the little light bulb right here. So there's a few options here, right? You can do all releases, or you can do production only releases. So if you want to be on the bleeding edge of trade ideas and have all the cool stuff that we're putting out right away and immediately, then I would click all releases. Now, that means you're going to get access to our beta version. And beta means just that. It is a beta, right? So um, beta, essentially, for people who don't know, in software just means we haven't figured out all the bugs yet. There may be bugs here or there, right? We obviously try to squash them internally. That's why we send out these internal builds first. But there certainly could be a time in which you find something that's broken, right? So by doing the uh all versions or all release, then you just so you know what you're signing up to, right? There is a time in which things may be um you may find a bug here or there, right? And now that's great because what you're doing is you're helping us test it. So if you find a bug, just email in, and you're helping us kind of clear that out. Now, if you're okay with not getting all of the coolest stuff the moment it comes out and you want to make sure you're just on a more stable experience, then I would say production version, right? Um, that's going to be the difference behind that. So why is it not all available? All the things that I just listed, right? We test internally. If it works, then we push out to you guys. Not that there's any magic here that's going to make you trillions of dollars or anything like that, but just different scans for different trading plans. But yeah, just for everything that I just mentioned, things get tested internally. I won't do that rant again. I just did a big long one, but so let's take a look at the market, which hilariously is up again, which I think is catching everybody off guard, but it makes perfect sense. We bounced right at these prior support zones. So tell me again, technical analysis doesn't work. It looks like all the panic out there is over. Everyone was losing their minds on the weekend, tweeting that it was the end of the world, or you know, all of that stuff. And once again, those people were wrong. And we rallied a bit yesterday, and then we gapped up and we're rallying a little bit today. So we're kind of smacking right into the 200 day. Be interesting to see if we're able to close above or below. Not that I think that would be that big of a deal, but really, we have the next Fed speaker at the 22nd, I think, which is next week sometime, right? Is that next Wednesday? Yeah, next Wednesday. So we have this, and I think I would not be shocked, barring some sort of massive economic news event. I wouldn't be shocked if you get kind of smaller, more chill days in the market until then. Everybody's kind of waiting to see, are they going to continue to hike rates, considering they just broke a bank, or are they going to lay off, right? Again, I'm not a fundamental guy at all. I don't really care about these, but it's fun to speculate where I think most of the market and like the different places you can place these bets are betting on some sort of a pause where the market just goes, they go, okay, we raised rates, something broke. Now let's chill out for a bit and see what happens, right? 80% chance of 25 and 20% chance of no increase. Yeah. It'd be kind of weird if, the Fed is both bailing out a bank that they broke and at the same time, um, they're going to raise rates to potentially break another bank. And again, for people who are new to this, which I know there's a lot of people who maybe only started trading and investing recently, this is always how it happens. It's the Fed raises rates and then something breaks and then they go, okay, we've probably hit the level in which, because they're trying to stifle demand so that people stop buying stuff, so that the prices of things come down. And sometimes a run on the bank is just what you need to get that done. Do you use the my like symbols? Yeah, I use that sometimes. I build different symbol lists. I really like the price alerts. I find them a little bit more interesting than my like symbols, but it's all useful depending on your style. I like being able to, click on something and then just create a price alert. So not only, is it telling me what symbols I'm interested in, but uh, right, it'll also tell me a price at which I probably care about those symbols. Again, it's all just a way to sort data. So yeah, these my liked symbol lists or whatever symbol lists you build are good ways to track stocks that you're interested in. Maybe they're not setting up today or tomorrow or something, but they're just stuff you want to keep on watch. Like for example, this ETF watch, which I can't share because it is just a massive symbol list. This is something that I use all the time where these are just all the ETFs that I go through nightly. Right. So as I click through these, and then, I'll find sometimes a new ETF that is relevant because something's going on in the world, and I'll add it to the list. And maybe when it's no longer relative, I'll remove it. So one of the big things is wheat, right? Wheat was very relevant during the beginning of the Russia Ukraine war because it was just skyrocketing, right? Everyone was saying, remember that we were all going to starve to death because of this. And um yeah, so I had it on the list then, and I may remove it now because it doesn't really seem to be relevant anymore. Just the price of wheat hasn't moved very much, and I don't trade the price of wheat, but for me, it was just a proxy for other things. So building lists, sorting data, having different ways to look at the data certainly helps to find whatever it is that your trading plan is. Block is doing very well today. Yes, this is just my way to kind of keep a watch of what sectors are doing well, what sectors are doing poorly. It helps that when I'm doing my scans through things like TI strength and stuff, if it's a then uh, then it'll be something I'll focus on more. Will you refrain from buying a stock if the sector it's in is not doing well? Not so much that, more the other way. More, so boat right now, which is a shipping ETF, that's really, really strong today. You can see big pop up and the close, or it's at right near its highs right now. So if I'm scanning and I see something and it's a good chart setup and it's a shipper, well, that's awesome. Right. So what I'll do is I'll go through the overall market and then I'll go through all of these ETFs just for the sector. I don't really care about, the actual holdings of the ETF or anything. I just want to see what sectors money are flowing into and what sectors money are flowing out of. And then if I, from there, I am able to see that there's a stock, again, something that like a shipper in this case, then I'll be able to go, okay, well, that's super interesting. Now that I know that shipping stocks are really strong, I can focus on that. So like DHT, right? Um, one of the strongest names out there based off of the scan with the RSI and the fact that it's in the high end of its 6-month range. So I may look at this and say, okay, well, there's some obvious resistance on DHT at $12. The shipping ETF is looking really, really strong. So I just may go in and just set my alert. So, okay, let me know next time this thing gets up to and breaks through $12. I keep it very, very simple. Anyone who's followed me for any length of time will tell you I am I am incredibly simple when it comes to my trading style and philosophy. I just want to buy the strongest stuff and I want to own it until it's no longer strong stuff and then I want to move on because this stuff always rotates. At some point, Peloton was a really strong name and now it's just horrible and has been horrible for a very long time. 150 down to 10. Right. So if Peloton ever becomes one of these leaders of the market again, which I would highly, highly doubt, but anything can happen, then I'd be interested in buying it again, right? And just rinse and repeat. I'm seeing some news. AMC approved a 10-for-1 reverse split. Oh, good. So they're going to dilute more. That will be good. Yeah, what to say. I bet you it's down a bunch. And it's down 15% today. This is got to be like the greatest grift of all time. Yeah. Yep. So they're going to dilute shareholders more. That's a shame. Not for me. I don't own any, but for the people who have been eaten up by that poor cult. So maybe they're right. And AMC's finally going to hit $50, but only because it does a 10-for-1 reverse split. Ape actually up a little bit, which is interesting. Yeah. So what other ETFs are doing well? So we have KWeb which is performing well. So that might make you look at some of the Chinese internet names, something like Baba. I know has been weak for a while. We're up a little bit today on Baba. A lot of beauty names I'm noticing on this list of strong stocks, like this Elf Beauty, and then there was one more, Altria, right? Alta Beauty, and nice looking high type bases here in both of these, right? So there's that one, and then there's Elf. So that's another way to do it, right? There's some people out there, Brian Shannon being one of them, who's very much he doesn't really care about the underlying sector ETF or anything. He kind of trades every stock based on its own merits. And what I described earlier is, what they call a top-down approach, right? Where I start and I say, this is the market. I'll look at that, and then I'll look at the sector, and then I'll look at the individual names. It's a top-down approach, but there's some argument for bottom-up approaches as well. Like if you go into something, and this happens quite frequently. I don't know if we'll be able to see any themes now, but if we go into trade ideas, sometimes you can go through, and if you just start clicking through for the TI strength stuff, you can sometimes find, uh, not seeing any now, but you can sometimes find themes like, during 2002 or 2022 with um, when the war just started, the amount of oil and gas and commodity driven names that were in TI strength was just crazy. So, even if you didn't like the actual setup that it's giving you, there are some people who will basically go through it and say, okay, well, if that's the strongest sector, now let me go try to find names within that sector that are performing the way I want to based off my trading plan kind of thing, right? Hi, what's the other web page or forum? I don't know what you're talking about with that question. Um, if you just want to explain a little more, I don't know what the other web page or forum you're referring to is. Yeah, no themes. I guess some machinery manufacturing is kind of a theme that I'm seeing. Semiconductors have been, well, there's two semiconductors in a row, right? So semiconductors have been really strong.
Michael,
Barry.
I heard you talking about Peloton earlier. I thought you were being sued by Peloton for basically saying it was nothing more than an iPad on a bike. I thought they
Uh,
picked that up, and weren't they suing you for that?
yeah, probably. Good luck. You gotta come up here.
I used to always get a chuckle when you used to either post that or I would hear you say it's just an iPad on a bike.
Yeah. And that's kind of it's that moment, and when people were starting to buy like pictures of monkeys for like hundreds of thousands of dollars,
Hmm.
um that was gotta been, looking back, right? That was the moment that you should just move to cash and
Yeah.
just taken a couple years off. Just taken a nap, moved on. Um,
Speaking of monkeys, this ape AMC thing. Um,
More dilution.
y- you know, I don't quite understand. I honestly don't quite understand. I know there's it's more dilution. I know APE went up and AMC went down. Now APE may go right back down from where it came. AMC though is, I mean, what in theory, what were you supposed to do? Were you supposed to say, you know what, before this vote, I will sell all of my AMC because I know APE is going to go up, or am I supposed to keep both? You know what I'm saying? You know me, I'm not keeping either, but like how would you even plan for this if you were really looking at this in a serious way?
Well, if you're really looking at this in a serious way, you're saying short the both because they're going to go to zero. But so this is the absolute absurdity that happened, right? Is that um, AMC is an awful failing company, right? It's got like 10 billion worth of debt and it's losing money all the time, and it's a slow march to bankruptcy. But then he put through a vote. This was what 2 years ago, and said, "Hey guys, we need more money, so we need to sell AMC." Which dilutes all shareholders and hurts every existing shareholder, but we have to do it or the company goes bankrupt. And there was enough pushback that he goes, okay, we wouldn't do that to you guys. So what we're going to do is we're going to spin off Ape, and then we're going to dilute the ever loving shit out of that. So basically, they ended up just doing the same thing um, that they were always going to do with AMC, which was dilute shareholders to hell. Uh, but they did it with Ape. Now, the issue is that they dilute it so much and the company is so bad that Ape got to the point where basically when they issued Ape, they said we can sell um I don't know the exact numbers. So let's say we can sell 100 million shares of Ape to the shareholders. And they started right off the bat. As soon as Ape launched, they started just to sell, just dilute the shareholders down, dilute them down. But when your price is $10 and you can sell 100 million shares, that's great because you can raise $1 billion. When your share price is $1, that same 100 million shares, well, if you sell it all to them, you're only raising $100 million. So you're now diluting the hell out of your share price, and you're not getting a lot in return.
Okay.
Um, so what he did is now AMC is going to buy back Ape now that it's at the super low price, and then they're going to do this reverse split. So Ape is at $2, AMC is at say 4. So if you roll it back in, AMC should be worth 6. And then they're going to do a reverse split. So let's say AMC goes up to 60. Now that their price is higher, he's going to dilute them again, right? So you're going to have a $60 share AMC, and he's going to um, push the price down by diluting more shares. Now that the price is really
Mhm.
high, so it was basically just a giant convoluted shell game that he understood. He being the CEO understood that 99% of the population would not understand, guised under a we are going to get these evil short sellers as a way to dilute the company further, because he doesn't care because he doesn't own very many shares of AMC anymore. Every opportunity he can, he's selling. Again,
Mhm.
the insiders made $1 billion off AMC over this last little
This is
bit.
Ryan Cohen you're talking about, right?
No, um, Adam
Who
Aaron,
was?
the
Oh,
CEO,
yes, 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 yes,
Ryan
yes.
Cohen's GameStop.
It's GME. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
The
he's
other
been
one.
selling. Yeah, they made $1 billion off selling shares to the general public personally, like in his own pocket from this whole fiasco. Um, so all of this was a massive convoluted way to get this done. So the reason that Ape is moving higher and AMC is moving lower is with this vote, it basically means that AMC is forced to buy Ape. So there's just some
Mhm.
people front running it now and saying, I know that there's a company that's going to come and buy all these shares up. Um, So I'm going to front run it and make them pay a little bit more. Now, I don't think it's going to go too high because they can still sell 100 million shares of the company. It's like,
Because it
you
didn't
know,
really pop that much.
no, but it's these algos playing. Um, there's algos that are built, and what they do is when XYZ company is going to buy ABC company, right? They play that spread, and if
Right.
it ever gets misaligned, they take that spread. So this is all it was, is a little algo bought some to play a game, knowing that there's gonna be some forced buyers. So they're probably short a bunch of AMC and long a bunch of APE, and they're just making the spread between the
Hmm.
two of those. They're hedged perfectly because when one buys the other, um, it can get them out. And really, if you really wanted to slap on that tinfoil hat, which I know you love to from time to time, Barry,
Oh, yeah.
let's say that a certain person that we know who believes that there's 8 trillion shares of AMC short, even though that's only got like a 20% short float. Um,
Hmm.
let's pretend that person is correct. Now, one could imagine that if I'm the company and I'm just pushing the share price down by doing these reverse splits and dilutions and reverse splits and dilutions, then wouldn't that give the perfect opportunity for these 8 trillion shares to cover their shorts? Because like AMC has done 75 million shares today, or
Hmm.
APE has done, and AMC has done 33 million shares today. So, if there was this massive contingency of shorts out there that have never covered and they're synthetic and right, all the other stuff that's absolutely not true, but some people believe, you would think that this
Careful.
dilution would play directly into their hands because 'cause they're like, "Oh, great.
Right.
Now I get to cover for a cheap price and make a bunch of money, and away you go."
Yeah. But if they're trillions, you see, it's only traded 74 million, Michael. So if there are trillions out there, that's just a drop in the bucket.
Yeah,
74
exactly.
million. So that means that ape will disappear. Is what the bottom line. It'll just be back to AMC again. Ape will disappear eventually.
Right. For
Okay.
now, I wouldn't be shocked if because there's like the hardcore cultists that will never say anything bad about their cult, right? They've been
Hmm.
indoctrinated, they've drank the Kool-Aid, they're in the cult. The cognitive dissonance has got them. They'll never say a bad word about it. But there's got to be a whole bunch of people that are mad that they thought that this AMC was going to go do something, and it's just been tanking forever. So I wouldn't be shocked if the next time they come up for a vote to have to dilute more, which they will, right? Because if you're not making money as a company and you have $10 billion of debt and the interest rate
Hmm.
on your debt is just skyrocketing, at some point you have to get money from somewhere, right? And it's going to have to be off the back of shareholders. I wouldn't be shocked at some point there's some sort of an uncle play, right? Where they go, okay, I'm not going to let you raise anymore, and they vote, which is the hard part of AMC being so owned by retail, is in theory is retail has all the voting power. So there
Hmm.
may be a time where they say, absolutely not, I'm not going to let you raise any more money off our backs. In which case, Eight may come back. He may play the same. I wouldn't
Right.
be shocked.
Okay.
Fast forward 2 years, if he plays the
Hmm.
same game again, right? Which you
Or
know,
Michael, it's the big gold mine in Canada. That'll also fund it.
yeah. What's H? Is that HYMC?
HYMC.
Yikes!
Yeah.
Wow, Hole.
We shouldn't be talking like this, but always fun, Michael, to have a chat with you once a week.
Certainly is.
So
Um,
I'll relieve you of your duties unless you want to keep talking to the group.
I think I'm good. I'll see you at the marketing meeting in a little
You
bit.
will. Okay,
All
thanks,
right,
Michael.
no problem. Talk to you soon.
All right, guys, let me just get my music going. Give me a moment. Yeah, we were just talking about the AMC stuff that's going on. I was talking to Michael on in the YouTube room about the AMC stuff that's going on. Man, oh man. All right, guys. So let's take a look. So now you guys who are short KRE are looking really good now. Um, come on, come on. Where are you? Did anybody ever figure out if there is a long for KRE? In other words, instead of having to short it, you could go long something. And I'm not talking FAS and FAS, like FAS. I'm talking about literally something for the regional banking ETF. Buy it if you want to go short. In other words, you know what I'm talking about. I don't think anybody was able to come up with one yesterday. This is just for people who, don't want to short or can't short in their accounts. Whereas you could buy something like this, not, you're not buying this, but you're buying the reverse. These are not, this is really, so that took out the VWAP, 3675, quite a while ago, WAL. So real is talking about CDMO going higher off the 15.8, ADMA on the 15-minute chart. Okay. QTWO guys, QTWO. I was watching that one as I was speaking with Michael. QTWO has some room. And now this is, in theory, it's in the banking sector, financial sector, but it doesn't appear to be affected by the rest of the sell-offs. Look at the wall now, really leading the charge down. So I mean, obviously it's got all sorts of room underneath. I mean, the low yesterday was $7. We're not saying it's getting there, of course, but well, could it happen? I mean, the low to believe it or I mean, the low today even, I mean, even in the pre-market, 915, if that's correct, I'm not 100% that. Is it possible that it was really down that much? Walmart, WAL was actually down to 927 and then it popped, or was that just one of those fake ones? I don't recall it being down there, even though I know it's a big green candle here. I don't recall it being down there. Wow, so take your pick now of virtually any. You have your Pac W, Fro, and WAL, and I'm sure there are others. I'm sure Zion. Oh man, we're right back at it now, guys. And now, of course, now look at the markets doing. Yeah, Don, I don't think that happened. No, I think it's one of those things that I'd have to look at another charting program, of course, but I don't think that was the case. There's no way in the world it was at $9 pre-market and then popped up to 41 just like that. No way. Now the PAC W, okay, 1489 is the VWAP. Underneath the VWAP, might be a little support around, I don't know, 14 maybe, but it is underneath the VWAP now. And these are starting to pick up steam now, FRC and WAL. So what is harder to fall or more to fall, FRC or WAL? I think FRC. 16, $17 is the low here. So 41 to, I'm not saying it's getting there, but the WAL, remember 41 to 17. This, okay, 31 to 7. So percentage basis. Take your pick. Wow, Pac W now. These are just cratering now, guys. And the ETF underneath 46, I think. I know somebody mentioned IC earlier today, guys. I mean, it's had a nice day, obviously. The VWAP, where's that VWAP? 2414. So it's right at the VWAP for ICE, but it's hard to I mean, I'm just watching WAL crater. Um, Hack W trying to take out 14 now. FRC, William, I'm sure you're out of these now, right? You're not hanging on. You can't be. You might be. Pack W is halted. Quarter of a position. Pack W is halted on the way down. And you're right. I'm sorry. You're right about Walmart. Walmart. I keep wanting to say Walmart. WAL. And FRS. You're right. You're right. They're all there. They are right there. The top three. Right. Right above AMC. Oh my goodness. AMC. Well, I'm sure we're going to have more fun tomorrow then. I mean, this is not, we're going to have a lot of volatility in all these regional banks still, which is good for us. Gives us things to trade, look at. Speaking of which, well, not speaking of which, I'm going to do my video now. Time is it right now? 1:15. Okay. Okay, back around 125 ET. All right, guys, I'm back. Yeah, there is a Discord room up and running. I mean, there's hardly anybody in there, but don't expect a lot of interaction. If you just want to see the screen though and listen to me, it's the same basically as YouTube. I don't think there's a time delay. That's all. That's up for somebody in our YouTube room. Yeah, that was a definitely a big wow in terms of those both WAL and FNC and PACW. So PACW, wow, PACW. I mean, now we have to look for bounces. I mean, look at that. I mean, 321 up to 14. But believe me, not easy. And look at this is not just affecting these regionals. Look at Bank of America. I mean, I thought I thought once it took out 30, that would be it. It wouldn't be affected by too much else, but no, not even close. On the upside, let's take a look at V-Ray. I mean, the markets are still up. I mean, it's just this regional banking sector that is, obviously causing this little concern here with the market. But the market is still up. We've got the Nas up, Dow's up, and Spy's up. This looks like this is a buyout, right? CVT, some kind of a buyout. I don't see it here, but yeah, being acquired by wow, $4.6 billion deal. Well, let's take a look at BAC and where it could go. I mean, this would be not as nowhere near as volatile. I mean, it's still positive for the day, barely. The low of yesterday was 27.86, so it's got a little less than $1 to that low. But it is, you can see it's following the market right now anyway. Look at the bottoming tail on the SPY. Look at the bottoming tail on BAC. All right, guys, give me one moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. I almost thought about shorting Chewy here, but looks like it's relatively strong. I was looking at maybe a break of 38 for Chewy, CHWY. Has some room. Yesterday's low was 36.75, so I had over $1 to that low. Market's moving down, but it's not really doing what I thought it would do. So look at RAD, look at Rite Aid, guys. All-time low again. Look at this 15-minute chart straight down. Excuse me, 336, 291. RAD, Rite Aid. I didn't look at. Okay, guys, you know what? We've almost got a red bar ignored, a green bar ignored for WAL. WAL, sort of a respite. Okay, almost a red bar ignored. Now, the only problem is that bottoming tail. So the sellers had it down to 29.50. The buyers closed it up here, almost $3 higher. That's the issue. But you know what? If it takes out, you have to give up a bit here, but 29.50, this could really get it going down again. And that is WAL. I'm going to stick an alert there, see what happens. Stick the price alert right there and see if it takes it out. Now, the problem is if it goes through this and it goes through it too quickly, it'll be halted. I mean, it's $2. That's $2 where my alert is. But I mean, I don't. I better find this out. I mean, yesterday's low again was way down here at 620. So I'm not looking at this. I don't think this happened. This meaning this this big green candle all the way down there. I don't think that happened. There we have it, sports fans. We have two competing opinions, JD and William, in a very civil discourse about what's happening with the banking situation. Okay, guys, I'm really just waiting on Wall. I mean, I think if I'm just going to wait on this one and see if it really has that big fall down. I've got to put a minimum price in my in my alerts. Why am I seeing this one? 5 cent stock? That I did. No, I guess I don't. I better put a minimum price in, say $1 or something. I mean, I don't mind volatility as long as we get a trend in. Even give me half an hour, okay? If I can identify it, give me half an hour. An hour would be better. I don't mind the volatility as long as it's not every 15 minutes up, next down, up, down, up, down. I mean, that was awesome. This Zion. So in about 20 minutes, I'm in a marketing meeting, guys. So I'll definitely, even if I'm in the meeting, I'll be watching this one to see if it takes this out, this 29.50 area out. Oh, you're welcome. Well, it was in my 10-day daily breakdown. Yeah, it wasn't no other. Well, it would have appeared here in the momentum down also. I'm sure at the very beginning of the day. Maybe not. There it is. There it is. In the momentum down. But I traded EDU. I did not trade TAL. But look at the bounce. Yeah, what a great bounce. I'm sure EDU is doing the same. Yeah. So both of them doing exactly the same. How about the go-to? I bet you GOTU probably doing the same. Yeah. These are the three China education stocks. All right, guys, with this market doing what it's doing, my guess is that WAL is popping just a little bit. Not a lot, though. Actually, not much. I read about that this morning too. I mean, talked about Bank of America saying we have to shore up our system so we can handle all these potential of a rush of people getting out of the regionals. Now, is that going to happen? I don't know. This is what I read. JP Morgan City client base is swell amid customer shift post SVB. And Financial Times reports that these lenders include Bank of America, who is trying to accommodate such transfer requests by taking extra steps to speed up the normal sign up process, among other steps. Are you living? Yes. Sign. Boom. There's your speed up. Your banking system is so different from ours. I never have any none of this stuff happens up here. Schwab's CEO. I didn't see it moving. Take a look. Oh, Schwab. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Nice little move. Volume coming in also. Nice volume coming in. Invalid invite. Okay. Let me see if that link is still. Ah. Escape. I see. It's a different one now. Okay. It should work. I'll have to change the link. The same link for a long time, so I'm not sure what happened there, but okay. Okay, guys. Whoa, not Mark. WAL. It's getting interesting again. I mean, again, actually, it's not a huge float, 101 million. I mean, it's not like it's billions in the float. Still big. Okay, guys. Wall underneath 31 now. WAL briefly. There's hardly anybody there, Tank Man. Okay, I only have it open for. There's a few people who like to go in there. I would say that if you want to go there, it's just to. I think YouTube is slightly delayed. Okay, I know Pepe told me there's a way maybe to undelay it a bit, but Discord is not delayed at all. I only keep it open for the good, but because of the goodness of my heart, I think there's a couple of people who like to go there, and that's it. It doesn't really take me much. But you want to go, but this is the room. You want to like into the main room. This is the main room, okay, where there are definitely more traders and talking about touring around different ideas. Okay, guys, WAL playing a little game around 31. I'm really just watching. I've got the wall right there. I've got the SPY right there. I think if the SPY, if this little green candle starts to turn red, I think this will drag wall down. Well, it's having definitely having a little bit of a jump here. Pretty jumpy for 101 million. Not jumpy, not terribly jumpy, I suppose, but 101 million in the float for wall, WAL. Kind of a brutal spread right now. Well, not brutal. 77.92. That it was even worse. Need a red candle, I think, to push this down on the SPY. All right, guys. Well, this is what's the next level that it could get to before it stalls? Excuse me. WAL. Okay, guys. In about 5 minutes, I'll be in a marketing meeting, so I'll be putting myself, excuse me, putting myself on mute pretty soon. Okay, guys, I'll put myself on mute now. All right, guys, I'm back, and yeah, the Walmart, WAL worked out okay so far. Haven't got rid of it yet. Thinking, well, I've obviously taken some off when down at this 28 level. That was the key. The key was right there at that well, at the 30 when it took out 30. But the other one I'm watching right now, though, on a bounce because I'm watching the market is Zion, ZION. ZION. If the market keeps doing this, we've got a couple of green candles. There's a 31.18, 31.12 argument to be made that if it takes that out, this could go on a bit of a run, assuming the market keeps going green. Okay, if this all of a sudden turns around, because you can see kind of see what's happening. These are not exactly 100%, but they're following the SPY action. Okay, so you just have to. So I'd be interested to see if this can take out that 31.18 as Zion. May not happen, of course, but in the wall. The other one I was looking at, my goodness, I mentioned this one, I don't know how long ago, not that long ago, but Rite Aid was just under 3. RAB was just under 3. There was, I think it was around 290. It was an all-time low. And I think it was right around here when so what time was that? It was a 130. And then look at this, from 3 down to 2. I mean, this just a great percentage move with no support. I mean, you can't take it now because you're chasing it, but no support. This is a lifetime low for RAD. Yeah, for sure, William. I mean, there's so many things going on, um, especially with all those banks and everything. But even like a Rite Aid, I mean, what I don't know how many Rite Aids are left in your country. I know there are none in our country, but boy, oh boy, I mean, this didn't that used to be like a big. I don't mean like a CVS necessarily or a Walgreens, but wasn't it a big national drugstore chain? Hello, Mike, in our YouTube room. Oh, 29. Wall just broke 29 again. And this is why I want to hold on just in case it does something really crazy. Ah, okay, okay. Maybe the stores were sold to WBA. Okay. Oh yeah, of course I'm short. I should say, of course. Yes, yes, yes. WAL, yeah. This one being in the, yeah, I mean, it was just, for me, it was the 30 break. Sorry, guys, I'm trying to show them when my computer goes crazy. Trying to do a snapshot of what's happening with TI. Well, no real mentioned, excuse me, CDMO lifting off the 8 on the 15-minute chart, ADMA. Just, I mean, it's just been, inch by inch. It hasn't been easy, not easy. It just has taken a long time. That's a couple of hours right there. Moved about 20 cents. Oh, okay. This XR has been a little bit sneaky. Don't think it's an earnings play. Oh yeah, it's just if it reaches there. I mean, I'm not saying, of course, I have no idea what's going to happen. If it does reach there, taking out the highs of those two 15-minute candles, and the market continues green, it could have one of those late day surges. But that's why we put a price alert. If it doesn't happen, no harm in putting the alert in case it does happen. This is Piedmont, PDM. Short MRTX. Is it a bank? I know it's not a bank. It's some kind of a bio, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, I see why. So you're looking at the topping scan. Okay, guys, I don't care about these races or the result right here. I'm going to load a new build. I want to test it while it's while the market is still up and running. So give me a moment. So everything is going to go blank for a bit. And it's loading. All right, it is being installed, and you'll see it on my screen. Nothing earth-shattering, but what they're trying to do is just, the single stock window issue that I seem to have. They're trying to figure out why this is happening. So in this new build, they claim that they might have a fix for it. All right, there we go. This is the buyout, guys. I'm hearing it on my momentum up, but it's a buyout. So forget about that one. MNTV. So I'm going to keep checking on my single stock window and see if it get any blanks. Yeah, this is on fire. Is there any reason for it? Because it's all of a sudden just come in. It is not certainly not an earnings play. So looking to see if there's any sort of news that I can say. I can't see any specific news for it for MRTX. So Mike, you weren't around earlier, I don't think, if you just showed up, but you should sign up for the big webinar on March the 30th with Brian Shannon. I don't know if you were around earlier, so there's the link to sign up. Okay, and it is on March the 30th, talking about your anchored VWAP and all. Okay, so I just put the link in. And of course, if you can't make it, if people can't make them live, don't worry. As long as if you sign up for it, you will be sent the transcript, okay? Well, you'll be sent the email, an email with the video. And in all the years I've been with Trade Ideas, I have never attended a guest webinar, but I will be at that one for sure. Yeah, I saw this. This was in hefty listing price of new drugs for cancer. Yeah, okay. I did see that headline, but I wasn't sure if that's the reason. And here's the problem, when you try to pick a top or a bottom, I mean, yeah, we alerts here 42.82, now 43.18, now 43.38. Where do you take it? And on the weekly chart, well, actually on the daily chart, the next high looking left is 43.81, I think. You got up to 43.51, so the next high is 43.81. Lots of shares available too. 1.5 million shares available at Interactive Brokers to short. But it ain't over yet. Wow, look at this. It just where to put it, where it makes money. Ah, William. Well, I used to talk a little bit about this, and if you watch it, and it kept moving higher. There was no real. I don't think there was an urgency to get in here at 42.82. But if it gets back down to 42.82, which I'll just put a price alert there, that might be an area to get into on the short. Can the Windows software run at two computers at the same time? No, you can only have trade ideas loaded one device at a time. Okay, Mark? You can have it on as many devices as you want, but you can only have the program open one device at a time. Well, this is encouraging, a little bit encouraging. I'm looking at WAL, WAL, falling, and yet the market's doing this. So they're not quite as dependent on what the market's doing now. Hmm. Well, here's something kind of interesting. This one is not tanked at all. TBBK, guys, for some reason, and this one is not, it's a commercial bank, but it is not, it's basically been, up all day. It based a bit, but it has kept moving up. Has not really pulled back at all. And the next high looking left for TBBK. Jeez. Poor guys, or poor developers. The next high looking left is 31.53. So it takes that out. If it takes that out, 33.90 is the next high. Okay, so there's the float, 49 million. So it's, relatively low float for TBBK. But this is sort of interesting. It is not had, look at the rest of them. Well, the rest of them, the ones that we have certainly followed, the FRC, WAL, the PACW. This one has not had any sort of a pullback. I wonder why. It's not an earnings play. A YouTube channel? Depends what you mean by that. I moderate, well, three rooms, really two rooms. There's YouTube channel and then the room you're in. Okay. But the YouTube channel, they're both the same. The big difference is the room you're in has more traders, more interactivity among traders. YouTube is, I think, mainly more for just people who want to hear me and see my screen and don't care about too much interaction. There's the odd post in there, but nothing like in here. Okay. So there's not a difference. You're not missing anything, if that makes sense. This intrigues the heck out of me, this TBBK, guys. Why did it not, virtually every other commercial bank, anything else, what do they do exactly? Financial holding company. Private label banking. Well, I mean, it's in the industry, it's in the sector, but it did not pull back at all. Meanwhile, nice call reel, a patient call, CDMO has been inching up. It took about 2 hours, but it's been inching up. So it's a niche special. I just think they're all kind of wrapped up, but I guess, obviously I'm wrong. This one, 720,000 shares, so not huge, but it's about 4 times normal. Are there only a couple of hundred regional banks? I would have thought there'd even be way more than that. Okay, so the ones that are being assessed are the ones that are being, or the volatile ones are the ones being assessed by Moody's. Okay, good point. Good point. Good point. Yeah, you've got probably thousands of regional banks, but they're not all public. You're right. Of course. Well, I'm not going to lose sight of this. I mean, this could get going. Some volume is coming in a little bit. I'm liking it, obviously, because the next high looking left is 32 dollars. Oh, wait a minute, it has to be more than that. 33.90. So even though you're saying it's not lumped in, but look what it did. I mean, it basically did the same thing that all the sector did. These three red candles, the same thing the sector did. So it may not be a bank in the traditional sense, but it certainly did the same thing that the sector did over those 3 days. Maybe with the probably you're right. You're right. Well, you know why? It says bank core. Hence, KRBP. Well, first of all, if it did a reverse split, highly, highly speculative. Okay, KRBP. So remember this one. Yeah, I mean, you've got all this. I mean, you've got some stuff at 6 to get through. Really choppy. I mean, it only traded two. I mean, it's 8 times normal. When did it do the reverse split? Was it today? Effective today? As of 3:13. Yeah. So that was was that yesterday? 2 days ago. Okay. Yeah. I mean, they're so speculative. I can't say, oh yeah, take this one. They're so speculative. Remember why they're doing a reverse split? Usually to try to regain a NASDAQ listing. That's a 1 for 30 reverse split. So this stock was a what? So that was an 18-cent stock, and less. So, I mean, just too speculative, in my opinion. Unless they come out with some, phenomenal news, which sometimes they do. Well, not, I should say phenomenal news. What they try to do is just come up with any news just to get some interest. But, can it be possibly, something that you want to hold for a while? This certainly not me, but that again, that's just me. Okay, where was I with the TBBK? Hopefully, I didn't run away from me. Nope. Interesting. It's not really trading. I mean, there's volume coming in, but it's not moving. Not moving. Okay, guys, so this is typically where I'll put myself on mute. I will be here till about 3:20. I'll answer any questions, of course. I'll hop right back on the mic if you have a question. Don't be shy. And just one last look at my homepage, the information that you will find there. Okay, there's 28 now and below, 28 and below now for WAL. Excuse me. So quickly on my homepage, this is what you'll find. You'll be at the top here. So just scroll down. Of course, here's a great promo for you, 25% off. Using that code you see here, first month only or the entire year. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the Get Started. New to trading, this is a great little course. Michael Noss, if you were listening to him in our YouTube room between 12 and 1, he's the one who put the course together. I do a stock of the day video that you can sign up for. Trade of the week is sent, it's free, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. There was no trade of the week this week. Big education section is here. And my scans. Here are the scans that I'm sharing. Pre-market act is up and down. The two races that you see, the breakdowns and breakouts, and the momentum scan. Okay, the momentum scan. This is where I'm seeing, the TBBK as an example. So if you do take out a subscription, I'd appreciate it if you do use my homepage link. And then when you click on it, then you can use this code. And if you save my link, my homepage link, then you can take a look at my scans and that education section anytime you want. Okay, guys, so I'll put myself on mute. But again, if you have any questions, don't be shy. Boy, this one, guys, this AFCG, this is an all-time low. Obviously, it's below yesterday's low now, and it's an all-time low. AFCG, another, well, it's not a bank, but it's in, I just call it the same sector, okay? Financial, if I see financial services, I'm calling it the sector. I don't care what they do. And look at WAL. Holy smokes! But look at this one, AFCG. If these regionals are really weak again tomorrow, this has to be watched. It's an all-time low, AFCG. So back on mute. Here's another one, guys. I think this one's out of Puerto Rico, right? Puerto Rico, I think so. Yeah. Bpop. I haven't seen this one at all. But look at this one underneath yesterday's low now. Banks, banks, banks. And what more to be said about WAL? Wow. And if you want to take even PAC W right now, PAC W underneath 13, and of course it's good. Look at the low yesterday was 482. Back on mute. Okay, Mike, I'm going to see what you're talking about here. I'm talking to Mike in our YouTube room regarding the anchored VWAP. Okay, so 9:15 a.m. PST, so that's 12:15. Okay, so right there. Okay, so I actually see the VWAP itself is there. So what are you doing here? Anchored to the first opening 9:40 a.m. So that's 12:40 a.m. I'm sorry, 12:40 p.m. then. So where are you putting it though? Where are you putting it? At what time? I'm not sure I understand. You've got 9:40 a.m. and you've got 9:15 a.m. You're putting it at the 9:40, so the 12:40 candle. So I mean so it'll be that one there, 12:30, 12 right there, I guess, 12:40. So if I anchored it there, I'm trying to see what it would show me though. So I mean, the VWAP itself was telling me I wouldn't have had to necessarily do an anchored one. The VWAP itself was telling me, because that's that purple line versus the mauve line. Oh, 6:30. Okay, so you're talking 9:30. Okay. So you're literally talking about the opening. Okay, so I'll do it here. But the thing is that the market open will basically just be the VWAP, right? Because I'm misunderstanding something. I'm putting it. I mean, it's basically the same as the VWAP if you're using the market open. Meanwhile, Mr. Wall got halted on the way down. Hopefully not for news. Nope, volatility. Like to see that. Yeah, I see, William. This never triggered for me. My idea was to take it short, the MRTX short, if it hit the first trigger point, which was or the first alert, which was 42.82, which would not have been that far away, from the 43.51, thinking it would have a big fall. So it never hit for me. It never hit. Close. All right, guys. Well, I am going to say goodnight. Wait to see what happens when this WAL opens. What a day. All right, guys. Have a great evening. We will see you tomorrow at 8 o'clock. So again, have a great evening, and yeah, we'll see you tomorrow at 8 o'clock. See if we do it all over again. And now for the YouTubers, same thing. See you tomorrow.